Morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us this morning, Wednesday, August 27th, 8:02 a.m. Eastern Time. News and weather together. If you know, you know. Thank you for being here. We know you have many choices to make every single morning, and we are always so very, very grateful that you choose to spend some time with us. So thank you. Don't forget to help us out. Get to the FYP. Tapping is clapping. Sharing is caring. Liking is loving. There's a gifting goal today. We are crowdfunded and want to support the channel. Best way to do that, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, at Factsstillmatter. Also, please consider subscribing. We are working towards our next subscriber goal. We can hit that number by Friday. By the end of the show on Friday, we will spin the wheel, and the winner will get their choice of any item from the merch store offered to you by yours truly. Also, please consider joining our Discord. You'll find the link to that. And speaking of the link tree, the first link you'll see if you go over there, yesterday we had a chance to talk to Jay and Laney, actually. Jay was the fine, upstanding human and patriot who was in D.C. Of course, the news is circulating like wildfire because he expressed his constitutional right by burning an American flag, and then got rounded up. I think he was charged with burning in a public place, not necessarily the charge of burning the American flag. But anyway, I really respect what Joe and our friends Jolly and Matt and Laney are doing, and a bunch of other veterans who rallied in D.C. The link to Jay's organization is the first link that you'll find in the link tree that's in my bio. So you want to support his cause and their cause, please consider doing that. Thank you. Programming note for Friday. Take a little break from the madness. Friday night, we'll do an episode of Facts After Dark. The theme of the show on Friday will be the soundtrack of your life. So if you want to break, from the chaos and the mayhem, or the chaos and the mayhem, please consider joining us at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. But we are here Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. till noon Eastern Time. That's my backup. If you don't follow my backup, please consider doing so. We are very glad you're here. Thank you very, very much. Okay. Yesterday's show, towards the end of the show, there was it was an interesting exchange. The people who are still so, I'm not a sociologist, right? I've never claimed to be, but I know people. The type of work I've done in my life requires me to really understand people. Like I can get into the mind of someone. I was pretty good at playing cards, things like that. I can read people very, very well. And the funny thing about what we're seeing now, I'm not even gonna say it's fun, not funny, ha, but just the funny things about what we see now is it's always been easy to trigger the cult, because when they're pressed on things, they have no response. They can't answer questions, right? But now, thank you, Swishy Raiders. Hearts in the chat for Swishy Raiders. Thank you, guys. Love you all. Thank you so very, very much. Thank you, Swishy. Appreciate you guys. Now they start in hot. So I had an obviously AI-generated background yesterday, right? And this person jumps in and they are fucking screaming, blah, 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 blah. Can't have a conversation. And unfortunately, it got to me, right? So we have a running joke inside our mod chat about spicy facts. And I don't mind, getting, it's emotional. I don't mind getting emotional about shit because it's really, really important. But he pushed me a little too far. And I did not like that. So I've been told lovingly that there may be a few shin kicks today. So if that's the case, then you'll know. I'll be like, I'll go like this. That will be the virtual shin kick. Anywho, it's a big topic, right? It's a big topic. So this person's claim was, well, you want to look at real crime? Well, then you should look at the cities that were burned down during Antifa and BLM. And I'm like, okay, so let's have that conversation then, because this is what real crime looks like in DC. This is what real crime looks like. Remember those insurrectionist traitors who tried to subvert democracy at the direction of the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster, convicted felon, name on a list predator? That guy. And we can sit here and talk about how the cult is just going to deny all of it. Thank you. How the cult's going to deny all of it. Of course they are. Of course they are. So what I'm going to do today is a couple of different things. What I'm going to do today is I'm going to go back in history. I'm going to go back to the events surrounding that day. And I'm going to remind everyone what was involved that day as the narcissistic baby criminal that now sits with his cankles behind the Resolute desk lost an election and couldn't accept it. And then everybody else that he told and lied to didn't believe it either. In fact, there are still people to this day, people that are now potentially in his cabinet or in positions of authority in our government who still believe it. Well, what we do here is just, I'm going to make it my mission between now and wherever that we're going to remind people or not allow history to be forgotten. Okay? But first, let's just kind of level set a little bit. The reason I chose You'll Be Back this morning is because it kinds of remind me of what we are seeing, the behavior from the commander-in-chief, right? Let me just check something real quick here. Thank you, guys. I take direction very well, don't I? Yes, I do, because I'm afraid of everybody in my mod chat. That's why. I'm like deathly afraid. I've learned my lesson the hard way. Okay, so I want to remind you, before I play this little soundbite for you guys, I want to remind you that, and I've said this to you guys before, if you are, this is in particular for dudes, if dudes talk about the size of their wrench, it's very likely they have a tiny wrench. Okay? So when you continue to talk about things that you're not, you likely are. So let's go to the tape, Jim. This was the president 2 days ago in the Oval Office, just alluding to, I did hit a nerve this morning. Of course, I always hit a nerve because the deeper the better. We all know that. This is the president speaking of what he claims not to be, and we can just watch his actions. So here you go. Here you go, MAGA. Listen up.
They say, we don't need him. Freedom, freedom. He's a dictator. He's a dictator. Yep. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. Oh. I don't like a dictator.
Who are the lot of people saying that we'd like a dictator? Who are they? Oh, I know. It's the MAGA simps. Got it.
I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense, and I'm a smart person.
A man with great common sense, and I'm a smart person.
Samsung.
A man with great common sense, and I'm a smart person.
Samsung.
A man with great common sense, and I'm a smart person.
I think the good parts are the Trump economy, and the bad parts are the Biden economy.
Okay. That's good to know. I'm glad he could clear that up. I was worried for a little while there. I'm just, yeah, exactly. The thing. You had to do that, didn't you, Drea? You had to remind me of the think tank. Oh, God damn it. Yeah, do I still even have it? I think I do someplace. Hold on. We got to do it. It's just too good. It's just too good. I'm sorry. I have to do this, everybody. I just have to do it. Drea's fault. You can blame her.
I had a big study the other day, and they called all of the great intellects and the great economists and all of the great everything. And it was 71, and only 2 got it right. Me and another gentleman that happens to be very smart. 69. And, you know, he has these think tanks, and they build buildings for people that think. And it's really not thinking. It's a little bit of combination of thinking, but it's something you sort of have or you don't have.
I can't. It's... Oh, my God. By the way, there is going to be a new feature on our show that we're going to be rolling out maybe this Friday, if not next week. Stay tuned, because it will feature things like that. MAGA words of wisdom, for example. Yeah. Anyway, that's what we are dealing with now, because it doesn't matter. It does not matter how dumb he is, because think of his audience. I mean, you know, think of his audience. You've got the paste eaters on one side of the sandbox, and then you've got the kids who stuff the Legos up their nose on the other side of the other side of the sandbox, and then you got this guy in the middle talking to both of them as they are eating paste and sticking Legos up their nose. So we don't need to. I'm sick. First of all, I am fucking tired of defending intelligence. You know, where did it become a sin to be smart? Where did it become like anti-American to be educated? I'm proud of my education. I spent a lot of time and a lot of money on it, and I'm proud of it. And I think it's important that you guys know how I feel about public education. Well, we have a person in the White House who literally thinks they are building buildings. Wait, do I have it? That they're building think tanks. Like, I mean, it's just, it's mind-boggling to me. But again, nothing surprises me anymore. It's the wrong one. Anywho, the reason that I wanted to show this picture is because we have people in our world still, people in our country, the millions of people in our country that still thinks the events of that day did not happen, or did not happen based on the reality. They have this fictitious view looking back, right? They're afraid to address the fact, especially when you're talking about crime in DC. The reason it's important is because there is such additional rhetoric connected to the language that's coming out of the White House. And I want to play this because it's really fucking dangerous, friends. I don't know. I can't explain it other than allowing his own words to speak to it. Now, how do I want to say this? The right is attempting to use this argument that the left doesn't care about crime. Of course we do. Of course we do. And shame on the Democrats, and I've talked about this before, for not addressing it in the way in which they should have, by calling out what it is, right? The right has used this messaging against us effectively, saying that the left wants to defund the police. It's just rhetoric. Donald Trump actually defunded the police by cutting DC's budget for law enforcement. He has actually defunded the police. There's no denying that. It's in the big fucking beautiful piece of shit bill. He has literally defunded the police. So our job here is to just remind folks that rhetoric is just that. Policy to actually defund the police. That's what's happened. Now, we're never going to allow, exactly, P25. We can never allow them to change the story, to change history. Because he is a twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster, convicted felon, name on a list predator. That's who he is. Plain and simple. So then he made this statement. And again, friends, if you watch his press conferences, now most of them are, thank you. All right, hold on. Okay, I have a joke that I have to read. I'm reading it. Be prepared. What's the difference between a G-spot and a golf ball? Wait, what's the difference between a G-spot and a golf ball? A guy will actually look for a golf ball. Thank you, Cookie. I appreciate you. Some guys will look for a golf ball. Anywho, I'm distracted now. Sorry. Wow. Okay. Anyway, where was I? Okay. The president now is using the power of the pen, and this is what I was mentioning. You watch these press conferences now. First of all, he's no longer standing or sitting around the chairs. I'll always find it. Yes, I'll spend some time looking for it. That's the best part. Looking for the golf ball. You guys suck. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. If you watch his press conferences now, he's doing this. He's trying to cover his hand up, right? I mean, he's obviously got some serious health issues. There's no doubt that's going on. He's trying to cover his hand. They're putting pancake makeup on. He kind of forgets. I mean, he's now sitting behind the desk. Every chance he gets, he's trying to cover his hand. So this is dangerous. And I'm going to play this now as it leads into what we're going to talk about today.
Murder something in the Capitol. Capital punishment.
Hang on 1 second. Okay.
Murder something in the Capitol. Capital punishment. Capital punishment. If somebody kills somebody in the Capitol, Washington, D.C., we're going to be seeking the death penalty. And that's a very strong preventative. And everybody that's heard it agrees with it. I don't know if we're ready for it in this country, but where you have it, it is, we have no choice. So in D.C. and Washington, states are going to have to make their own decision. But if somebody kills somebody, like you could have been killed, very lucky you didn't get killed, it's the death penalty, okay?
So, yeah. First of all, capital. I think he's really confused, but no surprise, because it's the same guy who said this.
Samsung.
I want people to think about what he just said, right? I want people to really think about what he just said, and how, first of all, how just unbelievably pathetic and horrible that is, right? And then how it plays based on what we know of this. So it's crucially important that we revisit this history, and I'm going to do that because I'm sure there are family members of individuals who lost their lives as a result of what happened that day, who feel very strongly about what was just said. But before we do that, the news that I'm sure many of you have been waiting for is that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are engaged. We have an insider in our community who shares the information with us, so we got this before it was even public. But I'm sure that is what's on everyone's mind, that Tay-Tay and Travis Kelce are now engaged. Charlie Kirk has some strong opinions about their future together. And I just want everybody to know that when I consider, even though I have been dated and forever, when you're getting dating advice from Charlie Kirk, that's probably not a very good, I wouldn't necessarily say that he's a great example for getting dating advice. But here's what he had to say about their future together. This is great. I'm sure everybody be prepared to take notes because Charlie's on it. He's on the job.
This is something that I hope will make Taylor Swift more conservative. Engage in reality more and get outside of the abstract clouds. Reject feminism. Submit to your husband, Taylor.
Wow.
You're not in charge.
Ooh.
And most importantly, I can't wait to go to a Taylor Kelce concert. I can't say it without laughing. You got to change your name. If not, you don't really mean it.
So, first of all, Taylor could buy the Chiefs. Second of all, there's a lot of people out there in the opposing verse of Charlie Kirk that think that Travis should take Taylor's last name because Travis Swift sounds like a fucking superhero. You know, so again, I want to just remind everyone. So, women, when you're listening, I'm sure that you would agree that Taylor should just submit to, I mean, we have some subs in our mod chat, but that's a different conversation. Anywho, Taylor should just submit to Travis, right? I don't know, why give him airtime? I'm giving him airtime just because I want to remind people that he goes to college campuses and is influencing young men, and a lot of young men. That's why I'm playing it, right? It's not about Charlie Kirk. It's about the message. So how do we counter program to that? That's the question, okay? Okay. And again, before we get into our topic today, I also want to share some good news. Somebody just mentioned this in the chat. So every once in a while, there is something that we can all celebrate, because we always focus on the election days, right? We always focus on November, whether it be off-year elections, midterms, presidential elections. Throughout our country, there's special elections that happen. There's seats that are being filled in state houses. There are Supreme Court seats, all kinds of things. There's a really, really cool story out of Iowa, okay? And I'm just going to, Jen Psaki covered it, and it's just easy for me to play the sound. This is great news.
Tonight, we have some big hopeful news out of Iowa to end with, where a special election was held today to fill a critical state Senate seat. Last month, Iowa Republicans selected their candidate for the seat, a controversial political strategist named Christopher Prosh, who, among other things, has suggested that abortion is worse than the Holocaust, has pushed conspiracy theories about 9/11, vaccines, climate change, and still actively denies the results of the 2020 election. Quite the resume, that guy. Now, for their part, Iowa Democrats selected Caitlin Dray, a local marketing executive and founder of the progressive political advocacy group Moms for Iowa. Tonight, the results of the election are in, and in a stunning upset, Democrat Caitlin Dray has won the seat. Her victory officially breaks Republican supermajority in the Iowa State Senate, meaning Democrats finally have the ability to block Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds' nominees to state agencies, boards, and commissions. All very good news for Democrats in Iowa. Tonight, we have some big...
So that's great. Caitlin Dray is her name. An absolute upset. The prognosticators had this completely deranged MAGA simp lunatic. You heard what his claims are. Anyway, that was a complete upset. So those kinds of things should give us all glimmers of hope, right? So in our space, we're going to call truth to power. We're going to call out bullshit. We're going to remind people that apathy is where democracies go to die. And then we hear stories like that. So it can be done. Okay? It can be done. My guy, 65, you're here every single day. You never request. You just spam in the chat. Thank you for proving our point that y'all are just a bunch of cowards, which is fine. I mean, live your existence, man. We're not going to judge. Actually, we are. We're going to judge you. Okay. So then I want to play this for you guys because there was a cabinet meeting. And this is, I don't even know how to describe it. I really don't know how to describe it. Other than just the blind loyalty that members of the cabinet pay to the twice impeached, four-time indicted, sexually abusing, fraudster, convicted felon. It is embarrassing, but it is American politics in 2025 because of a fascist administration. So here you go.
Country has never been so secure thanks to you. You have brought us back from the edge, and as usual, your
will return the golden age, and what a joy to be able to do it under your leadership.
Fun together. This is the greatest cabinet. And I just want to say thank you. I'm having the time of my life working for you, Mr. President.
Oink for your sausages, piggies! Oink for your sausages, piggies. No half-hearted oink. I want full-hearted oink. Oink, 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 oink!
Sorry. I mean, come on. It's embarrassing. First of all, they treat it like it's like it's summer camp. Oh, we're so excited to be here. When does kickball start? Where's the barbecue? They treat it like it's summer camp. This is people's fucking lives are impacted by those pathetic fucks. It's just embarrassing. You want competence. It's not a fucking. Remember how we talked about before about how, and I did some research on this. Generally speaking, there are cabinet meetings once a quarter. Now that changes based on what might be happening. There might be something that requires the cabinet to get together. He has them like once a week. He has them like once a week because he needs people to stroke his tiny wrench. He's ripping fucking farts sitting there at the table. Nobody cares. You can always tell because people are like, he just sits there and just soaks it all up because that's what dictators do. He expects people to be loyal. He expects people to do whatever he says. I know everybody farts, of course. That's not the point. Look at all these simps in here this morning, and not one of them is brave enough to request. Anyway, I don't even want to talk to him. Okay. And then there's this, specifically as it relates to DC, right? Again, now we're seeing National Guard soldiers just walking around DC picking up trash. Is that what we want? Is that what we want? We just want them to be picking up trash? That's distinguished service, right? And again, this is not about them. This is about the orders. Well, some of it's about them. We want them to understand that they took an oath to something and they don't have to obey just illegal orders. Check their moral compass, right? Right? Check their moral compass. Somebody request? Crash King? I don't think so. You don't have anything intelligent to say, I'm sure. Anyway, okay, so then there's this too. Okay, this is, again, more commentary around DC, and we'll get into the reminder of J6 in just a second. Okay.
I do pass by Union Station every day on my way home, and I do feel a lot safer seeing the trucks right outside, seeing the National Guard troops members right outside. It does make me feel like I'm hopeful about DC again, and one day hopefully we can raise our family here.
Thank you very much. It's nice, and those are tough troops too. Those are not politically correct troops. We don't have politically correct anymore. We have tough guys, tough people, including some tough women.
What? We're not going to have politically correct troops anymore? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? So basically, you're saying that they should not abide by the rules. They should not be. Hang on. Okay. Anyway, that's who's in charge. Okay, yeah, he does. He means woke. That's exactly what he means. He means people that are willing to abide by the law. It means people that are willing to accept the fact that there's diversity in our country, that people are different, that's what our country was fucking built on. Grandpa rambles, be rambling. Answers, again, look, it's so, chat. We always joke about this in our mod chat when we debrief from our conversations. I always tell you guys, you're the smartest chat on TikTok, and it's true. One of the things I have always admired about you guys, you know what to do when we see the simp show up. You eat them for lunch, and then they run back to mommy and their Dr. Denton's and their Jiffy Pop, right? Because they can't handle your smoke. So do what you need to do, friends. All right. Okay, let me shift gears a little bit since we have a dictator in the White House. I just want to share this because this is, again, more interesting statements from that same press conference. I'm not even going to call it a press conference, call it a cabinet meeting / press conference, whatever it is. He has his loyal sycophants surrounding him. He'll only ask questions of certain journalists. So this was wild, and I did a little bit of research for you.
The wages for blue-collar workers are now rising at the fastest rate in 60 years, which is so important to all of us around this table. The average American worker has already seen a $500 wage increase this year, and there's no inflation because there's been tremendous decreases with.
Okay. First of all, blue-collar wage growth, and this is what he does, and he's actually good at this, I'll admit. There are things that he says that have some truth to them, right? But then everything else is just complete bullshit lies. And because there was one thing that he said that might be a little bit true, then his cult believes everything he said. First of all, inflation is still at 2.7%. Okay? We also know about the PPI, which is the Producer Price Index, which is the wholesale element of our economic indicators. It's up 3 points since last year. So goods that wholesalers are purchasing in products are up 3%. Now we know that between 14 and 25% has been the cost that they've been passing on to consumers so far. The expectation is that that's going to continue to go up because they can no longer absorb the cost, right? So then the whole $500 thing, what the fuck is he talking about? So non-manager overall, so non-manager jobs, I guess you could call it a good proxy for blue-collar jobs. Those hourly earnings rose about 2.9%. This is from the BLS. So here we are again, right? And I keep saying this because it's important. We live in a world now where it doesn't matter what the data says because he has conditioned his base and everybody around him to not believe any of the information. So he's going to go out and say there's no inflation. Inflation is at 2.7%. He's going to go, which means that there's still inflation, which means it's flat. It's actually up since it was 2.4% in April, 2.5% in May, which means it's been steadily increasing. But he's going to go out and tell his base that there's no inflation, and they're going to believe it. He's also going to tell his base that gas prices are down. According to the EIA, which is the Energy Information Administration, they're the ones that produce this. Average gas prices currently for the month of August sit at $3.26 a gallon, up from $3.25 a gallon in July. So I don't know. I don't know how we recover from this information gap, because the information that we have that's public, his followers just won't believe it. They fire a BLS administrator because he didn't like the information. We're going to talk about the Fed in just a second, because the person he's attempting to fire, he can't fire. And I think it's great. She's considering suing. It's fabulous. But how do we get through this? Like, how do we navigate through this? So back to the data. Average of 2.9% year over year. So we've been trending up. So wages, he was talking about wages. So there's no indication of this $500 number. Now he's trying to extrapolate information. I don't know. He doesn't even know what the fuck he's reading. But construction is up, manufacturing is up, trade transportation is up, transportation and warehousing is up. But it's slowing down. First of all, he said it's the largest increase in 60 years. No, that's just not true at all. We had a higher increase coming off of COVID. So it's just this one series of lies after another. He's just sitting there lying to his people. Well, we know he's lying. Are you guys ever do any of you? Here's a question. Do any of you bother researching anything at all? I'm just curious, like anything, but not politics aside. Like, I would guarantee most MAGA, you guys will spend weeks researching your fantasy football team. Weeks. You will have a backup to a backup to a backup to a backup. You will have it all. You'll have it all. You'll have your spreadsheets built. Sorry, Obi. You'll have your spreadsheets built. You'll have your formulas. You'll have all your algorithms. You would have built your own program. All of it. You'll be prepared. But when it comes to politics and the day-to-day, you'll be like, oh, fucking Trump told me $500. Did you get that $500? No, but I will. Just like the Doge checks. I mean, it took me 5 minutes to pull up that information. I was like, what's he talking about? And I'm like, oh, okay, wow, 2.9%. Okay, I can see that. But look, there's a trend line. It's been gradually increasing. It's like, do you care? Do you maybe you should spend some time in the think tank. Maybe you should. Exactly. Doge checks. Exactly. What Doge checks? What Doge checks? And then there's this statement that he made on Live Social this morning. And I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about here? Are you guys going to believe this too? This is the statement. I am pleased to actually it's been a while since I've done this. Sorry, I'm going to do it.
I am pleased to report that I have raised, since the great presidential election of 2024, in various forms and political entities, in excess of $1.5 billion. Make America great again, President DJT.
What the fuck does that even mean? What does it even mean? I've raised $1.5 billion? What the fuck does that even mean? He's talked about trillions of dollars coming in. He's talked about billions of dollars a day. What the fuck does that even mean? We know that he's enriched himself to the tune of $3.6 billion since becoming the president. We know that. We know that. So what does that even mean? $1.5 billion? We have what? We have a $7 trillion budget. $1.5 billion, from a percentage perspective, that's like me finding a penny in my couch, which I'd be psyched for. 1.5, what the fuck does that even mean? $1.5 billion? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Let me see. I have one more to kind of get to. Here's Chicago. This is about Chicago. A deadly weekend in Chicago, 6 unalive, 27 hurt in crime sprees all over the city. Panic-stricken Governor Pritzker says the crime is under control, when in fact it is just the opposite. He's an incompetent governor who should call me for help. Mayor Johnson is no better. Make Chicago great again. Precursor to them sending in troops, right? Precursor. Why then, friends? So again, MAGA, I'll talk slowly. What if it's really about crime? Why is he not sending troops into the cities that have higher rates of crime? Memphis, Tennessee, St. Louis, Missouri, Shreveport, Monroe, Louisiana, Jacksonville, Florida. Why is he not addressing crime? Because if it was about crime, if you're the law and order president, when you're not defunding the police through policy, Birmingham, Alabama, thank you. Why are you not sending National Guard troops and the U.S. military into those? Oh, I know why. Because they're not talking points. Tulsa, Oklahoma, thank you. And here's the thing. This is what MAGA will do. Well, those are blue cities. You guys don't know how government works. So here's a little logic game. I'll try my best. What you're saying, basically, if the cities are the ones that are causing the problem, what you're saying is a mayor of a city has more authority over the state's laws than the governor of the state does. Think about that for a second. That would require some thinking. Spend some time in the think tank. Okay? Think about it. What you're saying is that the mayor of a city in a state has more authority over the state's laws than the governor does. The states that have the highest crime rate, 13 of the top 15 cities in our country that have the highest rates of crime are in red states. It's not about crime. It's just about authoritarian bullshit. Okay? DC is safer? Safer than what? Shooter? Safer than what? The lie that he told you that they've gone the longest time in 30 years without an unaliving? They had a longer stretch. They had 16 days back in February. So what? So what? I do go outside. I go outside a lot. Thanks for asking, though. I appreciate you. I mean, enough. Okay? Like you create these scenarios and you guys suck it up. You like fucking mainline it. My God. Or you have like a fifth bowl of fucking chocolate covered sugar bombs. Trump told me crime is down. Then you're off in the corner spanking it. Give me a break if you could find it. Whatever. I'll figure it out. Hold on a second. Let me just go back to here. Okay. I've got a request. Everybody keep tapping, please. If you haven't joined our team yet for the day, if you haven't done your heart things, please do that. Good morning, Huey. How are you today?
Hey, how you doing, Facts?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Oh, I woke up this morning hearing or reading that Texas, remember I was saying that Texas was very like blue or purplish, that Texas messed up their gerrymandering while packing those five districts. They have left opened other districts to now be won over by Democrats potentially.
I was hearing about that. I got to unpack that a little bit more. Like I know that there's talk about, because I know Jasmine Crockett's heard about that, but we got to do a little bit more research on it, I think.
Yeah. I'm just interested to see what happens if that be the case. It just goes, back to your point with, just the horrible policies and things that they do that kind of even, shoot themselves in the foot. It's really funny.
I agree. I mean, again, when you don't have policies to run on, Huey, when you have to steal and cheat to try to win an election, this is what happens. Yeah. Fuck around and find out, right?
Exactly.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Have a good day. See you later. All right. I see some other people in here. I see Hazel. I'll bring up Hazel.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I just want to say, as someone who lives in a blue city, New York City, I have to say that there is not rampant crime like people think. Now, I have a MAGA father, I have MAGA family members, and the constant question is, are you okay? How is crime there? I'm like, I have been living in New York City since 1983, okay? And the last time that I was randomly assaulted was 1983 when I was 15 years old. And I've lived here all my life, and I've lived in high poverty neighborhoods. I've lived in the Bronx. I've lived in East Harlem. I've lived in Bushwick. I'm always in Bed-Stuy. Now, if you know those areas, you know that there could be, but even then they have changed. They've evolved. And I have to say that as someone working in New York City Police Department, I would have known if there's high crime, rates of violence. Is there violence? Is there crime? Yes. We are a city of 8 million people.
Of
Do you not
course.
expect to have any crime? But our
Of course.
crimes are not as egregious as any other red state that has crime. So when
course.
you look per capita, our crime rate is very, very low. And if I believe we're 22 and the states with the most crime. So make it make sense. And the thing is, last night I had a conversation with my MAGA father, and it's very difficult. Our relationship has completely changed because of MAGA. And we're having a great conversation. And for the first time, I'm like, yes, it's nice and positive. It's going well. No soon does it change. And it's like I'm seeing this metamorphosis of a nice, wholesome person, parent, become this irate person who is now saying they should just go back. And mind you, we're Latinos. Make that make sense, right? And
you're right.
he becomes this ugly person. And I have to say, if you are a MAGA and you have children, you are destroying your relationship with your family, with your children. I don't have the respect that I had once for my father. I barely can find the nice things. And when they come out, I kind of like appreciate it. I like suck it all up, only to be told like 2 seconds later, you know, they should go back. And I'm like, what the hell are you saying? Don't you realize, don't you look in the mirror? You're not light. You're a person of color. You're saying all these things. And it is so defeating. And I feel like I've completely lost him. And I keep saying this over and over again for those people who are MAGA parents. You're losing your children. They're losing respect for you. They're losing love for you. And one day, just remember, they will end up taking care of you.
That's right. Sadly, I think that's very, very true. I guess I'm fortunate that I don't have a very, very small family and don't have that issue in my family. And the friends that I had who are MAGA, they're no longer in my life. And that's that we've talked about this many times. The family dynamic certainly complicates things, but I appreciate you sharing that with us as always, Hazel. Appreciate you being here.
Have a wonderful day, everyone.
Same to you. See you later. Take care. Yeah, I get it. It's really important for me in this particular space that's why we always talk about doing something, whatever that might be. Sometimes that something might be making hard decisions in your life to kind of separate yourself from people in your community that are MAGA, right? Because MAGA is a cult, friends. I mean, we're going to see people in the new argument now that I've seen from people in MAGA, and when they showed up this morning trying to say, oh, the Democrats are a cult too. No. Because to have a cult, the first thing you have to have is a leader. Who's the leader of the Democratic Party, MAGA? Who would that be? Who would that be? Okay, it just doesn't exist. And it's a nice try. It's a nice attempt to try to say that. See what I mean? Skyfall mods, can you show Skyfall the door, please? Thank you. Again, you need to have a leader, right? A galvanizing figure. Think about every single cult that we know in history, from David Koresh to Jim Jones, et cetera, to Donald Trump. You can't have that without someone who is leading the charge, so to speak. Okay? All right. So let me, do I have anybody else requested here? Hang on one sec. Hope everybody, I don't know about you guys, but we talked about this yesterday. It was the first day of school in our parts. Hopefully parents out there that things went off without a hitch. So that's my hope. Hope it was a good day for you guys. All right. So I do want to shift gears and I want to remind people of the history of what it is that we're talking about, specifically as it relates to the events of January 6th. Now, I refuse, this is going to take me a little while because I kind of went back and I did some, I kept things. I had a file based on timelines. So I'm just kind of referring back to information. And then there's a few other things that I wanted to include, but I don't want people to forget this part of our history. We can't, especially now, because like we just discussed, the president saying that if you commit a capital crime in the Capitol, that you're gonna be subjected to the death penalty. Okay, so the families of people who were unalived at the events from that day, either on that day or events leading from that day, or I should say injuries suffered from that day, I'm not sure how they would feel about it. Instead, if you truly cared about that, if anybody who lost their life in the Capitol should be subjected to the death penalty, then why did you pardon people? Why did you do that? Okay. Just to back up a second, grab your tea, refresh your coffee. It's story time with facts. All right. Joint session of Congress met to certify the 2020 on January 6, 2021. Joint session of Congress met to certify the 2020 presidential election. I know you know all of this, but I'm just going to frame it for you, okay? Near the White House, speakers at Save America Stop the Steal rally repeated false, fraudulent claims and urged the crowd to pressure Congress and VP Pence. A large mob then moved to the Capitol, overran police lines, breached the building, and violently clashed with officers, halting the count for hours until Congress reconvened that night and then finished the certification after 3 o'clock in the morning. At 11 a.m., Trump film. Actually, you know what I'm going to do first? I'm going to go back to I'm going to go back to leading up to that day, because I think it's important from a context perspective. Just to remind everybody that this was planned. This was the goal all along. All right. On December 19th of 2020, President Trump tweeted, "Big protest in D.C. on January the 6th. Be there, will be wild." That became a core mobilizer. Amplified it, spread on social media like wildfire. On January, that was from the American Presidency Project, GovInfo, and the records of his tweets. On January 1st, 2021, Donald Trump tweeted, "The big protest rally, 11 o'clock on January 6th, Stop the Steal." That provided time, place, framing, and tied the event directly to Stop the Steal. So again, why were people there? They were there on January 6th because the president told them to be there, because he told them the election was stolen. Okay? That's why they were there. The language used, America First rallies, Stop the Steal rallies, that's why they were there. Michael Flynn, December the 17th to the 18th of 2020, during a Newsmax interview, urged using, quote, military capabilities to rerun elections in swing states, floated seizing voting machines and martial law, mainstreamed authoritarian extra-legal remedies in pro-Trump media, as reported by Newsmax and also by Business Insider. Okay, I cited these. Enrique Tarrio and the PBs, on December 29th, 2020, an encrypted chat on social media planned to, quote, turn out in record numbers on J6, incognito, possibly in all black. Signals of coordinated presence and tactics beyond a typical rally from the DOJ conspiracy filings and from his charges for seditious conspiracy. Okay? Biggs and Tarrio, okay? December 9th, this is Joseph Biggs. Joseph Biggs? What's his first name? Could be Joe Biggs. Is it Joe Biggs? I think it is. December 19th to the 20th, 2020. Also, that's a different Biggs. That's the congressperson. He's just as bad, though. December 19th to the 20th of 2020, private messages, quote, "Let's get radical and get real men." Okay? Internal framing towards the escalation as the January 6th planning ramped up. Again, this is all the plan. These are the precursors leading up to that particular day. Oath Keepers, Stuart Rhodes, December 20th, 2020. Messages and speeches warned of a coming, quote, bloody fight or bloody war if Trump didn't reverse the result. Militia-style justification for force in service of overturning the election. Alex Jones, on January 6th, on January 5th, the day before, DC rally video, quote, "We declare 1776 against the New World Order. We need to get on a war footing." Revolutionary War framing. January 1st, 2021, Rep. Louis Gohmert on Newsmax, after a court loss, said the ruling, quote, "You got to go to the streets and be as violent as Antifa and BLM." Okay. Charlie Kirk, January 4th to the 5th, 2021, on Twitter, later deleted, boasted of sending 80 plus buses of patriots to DC to fight for this president. Stop the Steal event listing on December 30th, 2020. Capitol Police open source bulletin, January 6th event titled Wild Protest. Echoed Trump's "will be wild" tweet, all leading up to that particular day. The Donald.win reaction to the Trump's December 19th tweet. On December 19th to the 20th, Daddy says be in DC on January 6th. That was spread around Facebook, messenger groups, the dark web, Telegram, boom. And then Proud Boys leadership guidance, December 27th to the 29th of 2020. Urge members to avoid PB colors, use small teams, talked about Congress needing to, quote, a reintroduction to that fact, impact, operational security, planning, and confrontational intent cues days before January 6th, according to DOJ records. Those are just some. Those are the ones that stood out to me. This was all leading up to that particular day. And again, I don't think the legacy media has covered it in this regard, reminding people it was not just about the events of the day. Not just about that. Not even close to being just about that, but about leading up to that particular day. These are in DOJ filings and in Stuart Rhodes and Enrique Otario's cases. These were in their charges, their indictments, and ultimately their convictions. This is all public record. Public record. I know that you're sitting here, and I appreciate everybody being here. By the way, please keep tapping, friends, if you haven't joined our team yet. And don't forget, we are crowdfunded. Want to support the channel, you can do so at Factsstillmatter. All my socials are at Factsstillmatter. All the pay apps there as well. The police did not let them in Yosemite. This is the history. So what people fail to realize is the breach of the Capitol happened prior to any doors being opened. The first people in the Capitol were the guy with the beard. I can't think of his name now. I have it here in my records. They smashed the window. And then you say, oh, people let them in. People let them in. There's what's called crowd control. You haven't watched the video. You haven't seen this. Again, the images, like there's, we know what that is. We've got Trump flags, right? You guys have got to stop thinking that this didn't happen. I know you won't. Instead of looking for excuses, just accept the reality of what happened, okay? Trump is in the White House. We get it. You cannot deny this history. There is no defense for what you're talking about. You can't say it was Pelosi. She didn't send in the guard when Donald Trump sends in the guard to D.C. just last week. You've got to stop, okay? You got to stop. You just don't want to accept the fact that your boy lost to, in your minds, a deranged, debilitated, dementia-riddled Joe Biden who campaigned from his basement. You can't accept it. He couldn't accept it. That's why it happened. All right? Okay. So, back to the events of the day. Hold on a second. Hang on one second. Okay. All right. So let's go back to the beginning. So let's go back to the events of the day. Now that we know all of that, we know of all the messenger apps, all the coordination, all the reiterating and sharing of posts on social media, people like Steve Bannon, people like Alex Jones, et cetera, all leading up to this day. 1776 rhetoric, inciting language like stop the steal. We know it all existed. It all happened. So here we are now, right? A joint session of Congress meets on January 6th as per the Constitution 2021 to certify the election win of Joe Biden. At 11 o'clock, Trump phones VP Pence, presses him to reject electoral votes. Pence refuses in the court docs, uscourts.gov from the indictment. From 12 until 1:10 p.m., Trump speaks at the Ellipse rally, includes Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, Rep. Mo Brooks, and others, also from the indictment and govinfo.com. 12:42 p.m., separate but related security event. A pipe boom reported at RNC. 1:05 p.m., a second device found at the DNC, diverting law enforcement resources. The devices were planted the night before and safely neutralized. Suspect to this day, still unknown. That's wild to me. Congress.gov, the FBI, and also reported by AP News. 1 o'clock, Congress convenes the joint session to count electoral college votes. 12:53 to 1:30 p.m., outer Capitol barricades are overrun. Capitol Police withdraw up the steps as crowd size and aggression grows. 2:11 p.m., first breaches into the Capitol. Rioters force entry on the west side. For those of you who claim that they just opened the doors, 2:11 p.m., first breaches into the Capitol, rioters force entry on the west side. 2:13 p.m., Senate is gavelled into recess and evacuated as rioters, insurrectionist traitors move inside. House soon follows. 2:24 p.m., Trump tweets that Pence didn't have the courage as violence intensifies. 2:38 p.m., Trump tweets, stay peaceful and support police, but violence continues for hours after that. Trump releases a video at 4:17 p.m. telling rioters, insurrectionist traitors to go home while adding, we love you. Let's go back to the timeline. 3 hours later, after the Capitol was breached, 3 hours later is when he finally said, go home while adding, we love you. 3 hours. If he can call on the DC Guard now to go basically clean up trash, our Capitol is being attacked on January 6th. Officers are being beaten, pepper sprayed, bear sprayed. Confederate flags are being dragged in. There's violence everywhere. Shit is being smeared on the walls of the Capitol. It took him 3 hours to make that statement. 4:28 p.m., chambers are resecured and cleared. 8 p.m., Congress reconvenes. 3:42 a.m., January 7th, certification of Joe Biden's victory is completed. Donald Trump, during his speech, said, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Donald Trump, you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength. Rudy Giuliani, let's have trial by combat. John Eastman, arguing that Pence could change the outcome, urged that Pence send the results back to the states for further review. Rep. Mo Brooks, quote, today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking some ass. Okay, what the police officers faced. Scales of injuries. A bipartisan Senate review. Bipartisan, MAGA, means that Republicans and Democrats, that would be bipartisan, okay? Bipartisan Senate review reported that 140 officers were injured, 73 U.S. Capitol Police plus 65 DC Metropolitan Police by the riotous thugs. Is that fake news too? Is that fake? For you who say you care about law enforcement, you wear your thin blue line flags, you support the police. How do you square this in your traitorous minds? How do you square it? How do you come to terms with people that were there that day carrying Confederate flags, Trump flags, everything else, stop the steal, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? How do you square the fact that 140 police officers were injured that day? At a minimum. At a minimum. Officer Michael Fanone was beaten, tased, and threatened with his own gun. He suffered a heart attack and TBI, traumatic brain injury. His sworn testimony describes the attack in detail. Congress.gov is the source. Officer Daniel Hodges was crushed in a doorway by the mob, widely documented on video, reported by the Washington Post and also by Congress.gov. Officer Brian Sicknick engaged rioters and lost his life the next day. The DC medical examiner ruled natural causes of stroke while noting all that transpired played a role in his condition. U.S. CP regards him as having died in the line of duty. Okay. How about the lies connected to that? So that's what we know. Exactly, day of rage. That's what we know. That is what we know. Does anybody want to, do you want to contradict it? Do you want to tell us it didn't happen? Do you want to say that this is just fake news made up? What about the plots? Okay, fine, then let's address that. Widely spread lies and how they stack up against the truth. It was Antifa. Early fact checks found no evidence that Antifa posed as Trump supporters at the Capitol. Known participants were tied to pro-Trump groups and Q, reported by the AP News and also in the government records. Is that a lie too? Okay. The FBI orchestrated it. Ghost buses of feds. Reportedly, these claims have been debunked. No credible evidence supports the claim. High-profile examples such as Rep. Clay Higgins saying ghost buses were rated as false. Is that not true? Is that a lie? Were there actual ghost buses of Antifa? The problem is where you get your information are the ones that are still telling you that to this day. Clay Higgins? Foghorn Leghorn? Okay, good to know. It was a normal tourist visit, mostly peaceful. Does that look mostly peaceful? Really? Wow. That's wild. I think peaceful standing by a river where there's a nice waterfall that looks like a movie. That to me is peaceful. Going to a national park, hanging out with your kids, sitting on a hammock. That to me is peaceful. I don't know if that would be described as peaceful. Okay. Normal tourist visit are mostly peaceful. The event involved massive unlawful entry, hundreds of assaults on officers, chemical sprays, bear sprays, weaponized objects. Republican leaders and Capitol Police condemned attempts to recast it as benign. Even Republican elected officials in Congress called it as such. But you guys are so indoctrinated into the cult. You only believe what the president told you, and the president is the one who orchestrated it. Okay? Tucker Carlson's 2023 segments minimizing the violence using selectively edited video. Very misleading. Fact checkers and Capitol Police said the presentation omitted critical context and downplayed the assaults. Even Senate GOP leaders criticized it. Everybody criticized it. Right, left, middle. Congressional leaders on the Republican side, congressional leaders on the Democratic side, law enforcement that you seem to care about, law enforcement leaders in D.C., the D.C. police, the Metropolitan Police, all said what Tucker Carlson shared was complete bullshit. Omitted the facts. Okay? Ray Epps conspiracy theories, a federal agent who started it. Multiple fact checkers found no evidence that he was an FBI asset. He later faced a misdemeanor charge for his own conduct. You guys want to hold on to that one too. Why? Yeah, see what I mean? See Yosemite? Antifa and BLM were hunting down police. You see what I mean? This is what I'm talking about. You guys cannot or will not ever accept the truth. That's fine. We know people will. That's why we're talking about it. 2 viable pipe boom booms were placed the evening of January 5th near the RNC and the DNC, and they were discovered early afternoon J6, pulling officers away during the breach. FBI has still not identified the suspect. I want to know why that has not happened. Why have they not been able to do that? I know it was investigated during the Biden administration, but have they just stopped investigating it now? Wonder why. All right. You can, if you don't believe me, you can trust that you can check the sources. You can look at the bipartisan report is submitted by the Senate. It's on GovInfo. It's the Select Committee's final report. And again, another one of the conspiracies that the right likes to say is that the J6 committee deleted all their records. There is a website. Actually, I think I have it here. Let's see. There's an entire website dedicated to it. It's called, where is it? Hang on a second. Yeah, it's govinfo.gov.app. It's the entire report, video archives, timelines. So for those of you who claim that the information doesn't exist or was deleted, then why would this exist? Why would it exist? The information is there. The information that was shared during the hearings exists today. It's archived. You can read it yourself. You wander around in this world saying they deleted everything. If they deleted everything, why am I looking at it right now? Weird, right? Okay. Same as Chicago. Okay. NDNDO, how are you today? And they left. All right. Again, the sources that you can find. I just, again, reminded you that there's an entire website that is dedicated to it. It's the archive. It exists. All the information compiled. Interview transcripts, video evidence, timelines, timestamps, gathering of statements made, it all exists. You keep saying it doesn't exist, that it was all deleted. Then why would I be looking at it? well, it's fake news. You're not looking at that. You're looking at something. You took a screen grab and you're calling it real. Okay, whatever. NPR, Political, Washington Post for synchronized timelines from the Hill inside the building. It's on Congress.gov. It's in the Senate Rules Committee. It's also posted on the Washington Post. C-SPAN, Rev.com for rally transcripts and exact quotes. The Senate Bipartisan Security Review for injury counts and officer accounts. AP, FactCheck.org, PolitiFact for thorough debunks of the Antifa, FBI tourist claims, and then later media spin. Okay? So those are the events of the day. That is that's the events of the day. That's the evidence. That's what they compiled to charge people. 1,583 people have been federally charged with 600 plus. This is as of yesterday, okay? At least 1,583 people had been federally charged. 600 plus were charged with assaulting or impeding law enforcement, a felony. 600 people. 600 people of this massive insurrectionist, riotous traitors, 600 people were charged with assaulting police officers. On June 28, 2024, the Supreme Court narrowed the federal obstruction of official proceeding charge, which was 18 U.S. Code 1512, subsection 2, in Fisher v. United States. Some defendants had that count reduced or revised, but many still had other felonies and or assaults, civil disorder, etc. Misinformation? What misinformation am I spreading? Tell me. You won't request. You won't get in the box. You'll hide. Because that's what you guys don't want to face it. You don't want to face it. It kind of reminds me of this scenario. Like, you have two opposite opinions on something. Okay, we all agree. Now, I shouldn't say we all agree. People like our traders in the chat, right? Pits, whatever you are. You don't think any of this happened. I say it all happened. How do we break the tie? You want to tell me it's misinformation. You won't stand up for it and try to tell me what it is. You'll just spam from the chat. And then our chat will eat you for lunch or breakfast, because that's what they do. You can't accept it. You're unwilling to accept it, because if you do, then you would have to accept the entire thing as one big lie that you've been told. Exactly. Okay. On January 21st of this year, President Trump issued sweeping clemency, pardons, and commutations for a large share of the J6 defendants, including leaders of Proud Boys and Oath Keepers. Clemency ends punishment, but does not erase a conviction. You're either pardoned or granted clemency. Okay? The most used charges and what the prosecutors relied on: assaulting, resisting, or impeding officers, which is 18 U.S. Code 111. It includes use of a dangerous weapon and serious bodily injuries. All that is in the Department of Justice's records. Civil disorder, 18 U.S. Code 231, again, Department of Justice. Obstruction of an official proceeding and conspiracy to obstruct, 18 U.S. Code 1512 and 1512C and 1512K. That Fisher decision narrowed that, okay? Seditious conspiracy, 18 U.S. Code 2384, used against the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys, again, DOJ. Restricted grounds offenses, 18 U.S. Code 1752, Department of Justice. Destruction of government property, 18 U.S. Code 1361, again, DOJ. Parading, demonstrating, or picketing in a Capitol, 40 U.S.C. Code 5104, the common misdemeanor plea. Note, no J6 rioter was charged with insurrection under 18 U.S. Code 2383. The DOJ instead used the statutes above. And I'll tell you why in just a second. All right. Ultimate outcomes in the most serious cases. Convictions remain unless a court later vacates them, pardons, or commutes, which would halt and or shorten imprisonment. Proud Boy leadership, seditious conspiracy case, D.C. Enrique Henry Tarrio, convicted at trial of seditious conspiracy and or obstruction of an official proceeding, conspiracy to prevent officers, civil disorder, and related counts. Sentenced to 21 years, pardoned by the law and order president. Ethan Nordine, convicted at trial, including seditious conspiracy, sentenced to 18 years, granted clemency by the law and order president. Joseph Biggs, convicted at trial, seditious conspiracy, 17 years. Again, these are people who were convicted of being traitors against our country. Seditious conspiracy would be, you're a traitor against our country. Granted clemency by the law and order president. Zachary Real, convicted at trial of seditious conspiracy, sentenced to 15 years, granted clemency by the law and order president. Dominic Pizzola, that's the person I was thinking of. He's the first one who smashed the windows. He's the guy that stole the police shield, smashed the windows, and entered the building. Dominic Pizzola, you know, the handsome dude with the ratty-looking beard that he probably had like yesterday's lunch in there. Acquitted of seditious conspiracy, but convicted of other serious felonies, including assault, robbery of a riot shield, destruction of property. Sentenced to 10 years, granted clemency by the law and order president. Oath Keepers leadership, seditious conspiracy. That was the Proud Boys. This is now the other militant insurrectionist traitorous group, anti-American fucks. Stuart Rhodes, convicted at trial, again, of seditious conspiracy and related felonies. 18 years sentence, later commuted and pardoned. Commuted of his sentence and then pardoned for his crimes by the law and order president. Kelly Meggs, convicted at trial of seditious conspiracy, 12 years, granted clemency by the law and order president. 4 additional Oath Keepers, Joseph Hackett, Roberto Minuta, David Michelle, and Edward Vallejo, convicted at trial of seditious conspiracy, sentenced to 4.5 years, later granted clemency by the law and order president. Guilty pleas to seditious conspiracy. Joshua James, Brian Ulrich, William Todd Wilson cooperated, later received probation, and subsequently benefited from clemency, again, granted by the law and order president. Let's talk about a few more people, okay? Daniel DJ Rodriguez, he tased Officer Fanone in the neck, pled and convicted of conspiracy, obstruction, and assault with a dangerous weapon, sentenced to 12.5 years, clemency granted by the law and order president. Peter Schwartz, multiple chemical assaults, including tunnel violence, convicted of 9 felonies, 117 months, 114 years or 2 months, granted clemency. Thomas Webster, retired NYPD, a retired police officer, Thomas Webster, flagpole attack, tried to rip off gas mask, convicted at trial for 10 years, conviction, sentence upheld on appeal. He's still in jail. Department of Justice. Albuquerque Cosper Head, dragged Fanone into the mob, pled guilty, 90 months, commuted. Kyle Young helped restrain Fanone while other officers shocked and beat him, convicted, 86 months. Nice. And then Julian Cater, chemical spray that hit Officer Brian Sicknick and others, pled to assault with a dangerous weapon, 80 months. Again, you want to use the argument that crime in DC is rampant, and you want to justify sending the National Guard in, which the president has authority to do, and you are unwilling to accept. Are all those people Antifa? Are all those people inside? Are all those people members of BLM? Are all those people FBI informants? Clemency, pardons, and commutations covered many J6 defendants, including the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, and some of those who committed the most egregious crimes against law enforcement. A pardon does not erase a conviction or imply innocence. It ends or reduces your punishment. Period. You know what's interesting, though, is that so many of these people had prior criminal records. And you know what? So many of them still, after they were released from jail, went back on their crime sprees. People like Peter Schwartz, for example. Peter Schwartz had a jaw-dropping 38 prior convictions, some involving threats and or assaults on police officers. Before J6, he received a 14-year sentence for multiple felonies before being pardoned. Casey Hopkins, prior forcible grape conviction, 7-year sentence and other offenses, later sentenced to 6 months for J6 crime, pardoned. Edward Richmond Jr., prior manslaughter conviction in the Army for a 2004 shooting, later convicted of assaulting a police officer on January 6. Pardoned. Benjamin Martin, domestic violence history, later convicted in California of felon in possession after the FBI found guns during his J6 case. He was still required to face the state gun charges. He was pardoned federally. How about charges or arrest after being granted clemency or pardons? Daniel Charles Ball from Florida. This is a good one. He was pardoned for his crimes on J6, then rearrested on a separate felony in possession case tied to an earlier searches. Courts later wrestled with whether the J6 pardon reached the related gun charge. Case still pending. Zachary Jordan from Virginia, a violent J6 rioter, offender whose sentence was wiped away by the pardon, arrested again this year, May 9th of this year, on burglary, vandalism charges in Henrico County, Virginia, according to the Washington Post. Andrew Take, T-A-A-K-E, from Texas, released by pardon from a 6-year J6 sentence, arrested again this year on an outstanding 2016 charge of online solicitation of a minor after 2 weeks on the run. Wow, interesting. Enrique Tarrio, ex-Proud Boy leader, arrested February 21st of this year on a simple assault suspicion near the Capitol after press event. Prosecutors later declined to charge. Interesting. The prosecutors in the current Trump administration decided not to recharge somebody who was found guilty of seditious conspiracy in an attempt to overthrow our democracy. Great. Matthew Huddle from Indiana, pardoned on a misdemeanor, fatally shot by an Indiana deputy during a traffic stop days later, reporting and prosecutors emphasized his extensive prior record and that the shooting was justified. He has a long history of solicitation of minors. Interesting, right? See, the problem that I have with legacy media is they don't frame it like we just did. The people who were there that day. Now, everybody was, some people got caught up in it. Some people went, some people didn't go inside the Capitol. Some people could misdemeanors if you stepped on Capitol grounds and you weren't supposed to be. That's fine. No, whatever. They're out there protesting. I don't have an issue with that. But the people who assaulted police officers, 277 total is the number. 277 people were either pled guilty and or were found guilty of assaulting police officers. Where is your outrage, MAGA, if you were truly concerned about DC? So capital crimes, so the coroner states that Brian Sicknick lost his life as a result of what happened that day. So that person, according to Donald Trump, should face the death penalty. But he's not. Not only is he not going to face the death penalty, he's been pardoned for his crimes. Do you see why we mock you the way we do? Do you see? Do you see why we tell you that you're traitors? There are retired law enforcement. There's active duty law enforcement in that crowd that were sentenced. And you know, a lot of these people, a lot of their priors had to do with solicitation of minors. Grape. Many of them. Many of them. Oh, is that what you think? Brian Sicknick passed from natural causes? Okay, well, so are you the expert? Actually, I'm going to go to the coroner. I want to see what did the coroner have to say about that? Let's just check real quick. Let's see. Officer Brian Sicknick engaged rioters and lost his life the next day. The DC medical examiner ruled natural causes while noting all that transpired that day played a significant role in his condition. So did you forget about that part? You think it's just a coincidence? You think it's just a coincidence? And you people want to go on the record as being in support of law enforcement? You can wipe your ass with your thin blue line flag, as far as I'm concerned. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. Stop trying to defend it. You make yourself look worse than you already are. Okay. All right. So that's that historical significance connected to the violence. Because once again, I'll say this again. If this administration truly cared about law and order, truly cared about ridding our country of crime, then why don't you go to the cities that actually have the highest crime rates? Why can't you just address that? Why are you unwilling? Let me turn this on. Why are you unwilling to do that? Why? Why are you unwilling to do that? if you truly cared about crime and you want to accuse the left saying that we don't care about crime, I'll remind you again that the rhetoric that you used to use against the Democrats about defunding the police has actually happened under this administration in the big beautiful piece of shit bill, Project 2025, cutting funding for law enforcement. You are actually defunding the police. Actually. I know the truth hurts. I get that. I get it. But that is the truth. Megan, how are you today?
Good morning. I'm okay. How about you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to say I'm friends with Brian Sicknick's brother, Craig. And these people in this comments are absolutely deplorable. They are disgusting human beings to sit here and say all the propaganda that they're saying. Yes, he died of natural causes that resulted from being beaten that day. If he hadn't been beaten, he would not have died. Period. Nobody should have died that day. Officers shouldn't have their eyeballs gouged out. Officers shouldn't have been crushed indoors. I mean, it's insane to me. And being friends with Craig has really been a huge eye opener. The stories that man has told is like, from before this even happened, are some scary stories. And I also like to remind people too that many officers have unalived themselves since that day because of the PTSD that they have
Exactly.
incurred. So,
because of what they witnessed that day. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I'm glad you brought that up.
It was disgusting to sit there and watch it in real time and see this happen. And it's a day that is terrible.
Totally agree. Is Brian's brother on social media on TikTok?
Yeah, he is.
I would love to give him a platform if he ever wanted to come here and talk.
Okay, I'll get in touch with him today and send him a message and let him know.
Okay, I mean, I think you and I are mutuals, Megan. If not, I know you follow me, so if you want to message me, I would be happy to try to arrange that. I'd love to give him an opportunity to speak.
Okay, yeah.
If he's interested.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I will get in touch with him and let him know. And we are mutuals.
Okay. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate you very much for jumping in today. And just keep me posted. Like I said, I'd love to have that conversation. Thank you again for joining. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You got it. See you later. Bye. Let me just check something real quick. Hang on, guys. Okay. My bad. That'd be great. She's right. She's right. And I again, it's really important to me, do me a solid, when you hear the bullshit lies from the right about defunding the police, just remind them what exists in Project 2025. Just remind them that they are cutting budgets for community policing in their own budget, cutting nearly $1 billion in funding from DC law enforcement. They are actually defunding the police. It's not rhetoric. They are actually doing it. Now, again, if I was messaging Democrats, I would throw that right back in their face every fucking day. No, you guys are the ones that defunded the police. It's right in the bill. Well, Democrats, I don't give a fuck. We can talk about it all day long, but you guys actually did it. You're the ones that actually did it. So are you not willing to talk about that? Apparently not. Apparently not. Funny how the truth hurts. Good morning, Charlie. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Fine, Charlie. I think we spoke before.
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
Are you familiar with who Officer David Dorn is?
Who's David Dorn, Charlie?
He was unalived in looting in St. Louis during the BLM riots. Do you know who David Underwood is?
What is your point, Charlie?
Do you defend the looting and rioting that happened in 2020 as a result of the BLM riots?
I don't defend crime. Do you?
I don't defend crime either. And I think the Republican Party is doing more to stop crime than the Democrat Party is.
Charlie, the president pardoned people who beat up police officers. Tell me again how your party supports law enforcement?
We support law enforcement by giving them help in DC. I'm not defending, don't
Charlie,
get me wrong.
no, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. You just defended it. You just said Republicans are the ones that are looking out for law enforcement. Did the president, yes or no, did he pardon people who beat up cops? Yes or no?
Yes.
So then you're defending that.
No.
Do you have the ability to criticize the president? Yes or no?
I do have the ability to criticize the president.
So then do it right now in front of 1,200 people. Do you think it was absolutely despicably horrible that the president pardoned people who beat up police officers?
He should not pardon people who beat up police officers.
But he did it.
Yeah.
But he did it.
Yes.
So you cannot sit here and say that your party supports law enforcement. They defunded the police in DC, Charlie. Why did they do that?
Like this particular instance?
They just defunded it. They just literally cut the budget for DC law enforcement. They literally defunded the police, Charlie.
Is that part of the big beautiful bill?
It is. Why are they not going after? Do you think the crime rate in DC is higher? Yeah. Do you think the crime rate is higher than in Shreveport, Louisiana, or DC?
I'm not. I think technically the one in Shreveport.
It is. So why aren't they going there? Why aren't they sending National Guard troops there, Charlie?
Because they have more federal power over DC, and then he's explicitly said that he's going to move to other cities.
What about
Chicago being
What
next.
about Chicago?
He said
what about
Chicago is going to be next.
Does Chicago have a higher crime rate than Shreveport?
I'm not familiar.
They do not, Charlie. They do not. So if you truly care, we're talking about the crime rate, aren't we, Charlie?
That's per capita.
That's exactly how that's how you determine things, per capita. So the per capita crime rate, Shreveport to Chicago, Shreveport is significantly higher. So Charlie, if your party cared about law and order and they cared about crime, why are they not addressing the cities that have higher crime rates than DC or New York? Hold on, I'm talking. I'm talking. I want you to answer my question. If you can't answer it, I'm going to move on. I want you to answer my question. Why? If law and order is the goal, Charlie, if they truly care about crime, then why are they not going to cities that have higher rates of crime?
Mm-hmm. Because higher rates of crime doesn't mean higher number of unalivings. More people are being unalived in Chicago
because more people live in Chicago, Charlie.
Yes, and we should.
Of course, Charlie.
It's more dangerous to people.
Do you know what per capita is, Charlie?
It's per person, yes.
Oh, no, it's not per person. It's per capita. So you do a rate based on how many people live there.
Yeah.
So the argument was, they talk about, even the president's own words, they talk about rates of crime. Mm-hmm. So the crime rate is higher in Shreveport, in Memphis, in Jacksonville, Florida, in St. Louis, in Houston, Texas. All of those cities have higher crime rates than Chicago. So if they care about crime and they care about law and order, why are they not sending the National Guard to those cities?
A couple of things.
I think Houston has more people than Chicago, as a matter of fact. So that defeats your argument too. Why are they not sending people into those cities? Why?
Because they can't send everybody all at once. They're doing it systematically. And second,
but why are they choosing? Why are they choosing Chicago? Why are they choosing Chicago though, Charlie? Why are they choosing Chicago?
Chicago run by a Democrat. Houston.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Charlie.
These Democrats
let me explain it to you. Do you understand? Okay, so let me ask you a question. In a state, do you think a mayor has more power over the state than the governor?
Not a state, but you were talking about cities. Obviously, the governor has more power over Illinois than the mayor of Chicago. Yes, that's
right. But the crime rates in Chicago are lower than they are in other cities, Charlie. So what about Houston, Texas, for example? So if it's a Democratic mayor, does that matter? Who's the governor of Texas?
It's Greg Abbott.
Okay, so is that not a Republican?
But that doesn't matter because we're talking about the city.
Charlie, listen. I know you're struggling right now. I'm just asking you to listen. State legislatures pass laws for their states, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then cities then have to follow the law of the state, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then if a Republican governor oversees a state, a legislature is Republican, they sign a bill or don't sign a bill, then the cities, whether they're run by Democrats or Republicans, are subjected to the laws of the state, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the cities, Shreveport, Memphis, Tennessee, St. Louis, Houston, Texas, whether or not they have a Democratic mayor or not, are subjected to the laws of the state. Those states that I just mentioned have Republican governors. So therefore, states in our country that have the highest rates of crime, even if you took blue cities out of those states, they would still have higher rates of crime. So once again, DC is different. We can agree there because it's federal territory. Why would not the next target be the cities that have higher rates of crime? Why not?
Because there's like different kinds of crime that are like we identify as more dangerous.
Violent crime.
That are
Violent crime.
Yeah, yeah.
Why would, again, thank you for saying that. The cities that I just mentioned all have higher rates of violent crime than Chicago, New York, or LA. So then why are they not sending the National Guard into those cities? Why? Charlie, just think about this. I'm just asking you to think. Wouldn't it be easier to police then if it's smaller?
But they're bigger problems. Like, yes, it would be easier to police, but they're bigger problems.
But it's not a bigger problem because it's per capita,
that's
Charlie.
Just how you identify. Like that's just how you like. You can see one thing as like a bigger problem.
If you care about, let me ask you in a different way. Let me ask you in a different way. If you care about crime, wouldn't you want to address where the crime happens at a higher rate? Yes or no?
It depends.
Why does it depend?
Because if the crime makes up, like, just for example, I'm not saying it does. If like this city has a higher rate of crime, but it's
hypotheticals, Charlie. Stop speaking hypotheticals. We have the data. Mm-hmm. The data tells us that Chicago's not even in the top 20. Neither is New York. Neither is LA. Okay? The cities that all rank higher, like I said, Shreveport, Memphis, St. Louis, Jacksonville, Houston, Birmingham, Alabama, those are all states that have governors that are Republican. Those are all states that have higher rates of crime. Even if you remove those cities, they would still have higher rates of crime. So once again, I'm asking you to put your political bias aside for a second. Just give me 30 seconds to ask this question, and I'm asking you to put your political bias aside. Mm-hmm. If the issue was truly about crime, and we are addressing crime, the only way to do that is to address it from a per capita perspective, crime rates, because that's what the president's been talking about too. All those cities I mentioned have higher rates of crime than the other cities that are on Trump's radar. Why would we not be sending National Guard troops to those cities? Why does he only talk about cities in Democratic states?
Because specifically like Chicago has both like a higher crime rate, a high crime rate. It doesn't. Like statistically. It
doesn't. It does not, Charlie. Sure, higher than some, but not higher than the ones that I just mentioned.
It also has a lot of federal infrastructure.
Charlie, not higher than the cities that I mentioned. You kind of walked into the point.
Okay, but do you respond to my point?
What point did you give? You haven't made one.
You weren't listening. Yeah, that Chicago has a lot of federal infrastructure that is very, very overloaded.
So other cities don't have infrastructure?
Shreveport has like no federal infrastructure, like little. They don't have any federal.
Charlie, that's a very interesting pivot. Okay, that's a very interesting pivot. I got you, Sam. Thank you. Appreciate you. The issue, Charlie, and this is what you're refusing to accept. Okay, and you have yet to answer this question. I answered yours when we were talking about officers during the 2020 protests. Mm-hmm. You haven't addressed this. It forced me to pull it out of you. I still haven't heard you really be critical of pardoning people who led to the unaliving of police officers and law enforcement being beat up, 277 of them. Every single one of them was pardoned. Would you support Joe Biden pardoning one of the people from the BLM riots? Would you have supported that?
No.
Okay, then you can't support Trump for doing the same.
I don't. I've said that.
But you can't sit here and say Republicans care more about crime than Democrats, because it's just not true. The only party that has actually defunded the police would be your president. So you've got to, I know you've got a narrative in your head. I know you're trying desperately to convince yourself that you're on the right side of this. You're not. You've got to stop making excuses. The argument wasn't about federal infrastructure from Trump. It was just about rampant crime, bodies being piled up everywhere. The crime rates in the cities that I mentioned to you are higher than any of the cities that Trump is talking about now. Why is he not going into those cities? Do you want to know why I think it is?
Why do you think it is?
Because it's people like you that want to think that crime only exists in democratic cities.
Obviously.
Why is Mike Johnson the speaker? Why is Mike Johnson the Speaker of the House? Monroe, Louisiana, and Shreveport both have higher crime rates than Chicago. Why are they not going into Shreveport or to Monroe? Why?
Because I would tell you that they're smaller and they have less federal infrastructure.
It's got nothing to do with federal infrastructure. You're adding that, Charlie.
Wait a second.
Charlie, you're just adding that to the argument. Stop. Let's just talk about the specifics of what Trump has said. He's never talked about federal. We can't talk about D.C. Of course, D.C.'s got federal infrastructure. Let's remove D.C. from this. By the way, the crime rates in D.C. have been dropping. And he just told a lie 2 days ago about how this is the longest stretch that they've ever gone without unalivings. They went 16 days back in February. In fact, they went 14 days twice during the Biden administration. So that was a lie too. Okay, I have fact checked this shit. So let's not even talk about D.C. because it's federal territory. What I am asking you to talk about now, you're adding an element of federal territories and federal property. You're adding that, okay? The reality of this circumstance, Charlie, is that you're unwilling to admit that your party does not give a fuck about law enforcement. They do not care about law enforcement and the rule of law. If they did, if they want to use the National Guard, then why are they not sending in the National Guard to cities who, Houston, Texas, great example. You think Houston doesn't have federal territory, federal property? Why are they not sending troops to Houston? Why?
Because it's like lower on the priority list. I don't know. Like,
it's lower on the priority list. Is it law and order the priority though, Charlie?
There are less unalivings in Houston than there are in Chicago, just per year.
No, there are not, Charlie.
Do you want to? Okay, let's see. I want to fact check that.
Okay.
How many?
Okay. Look, again, we're talking about per capita. It's not about how many, Charlie. It's about per capita.
Let's see.
Think about it, Charlie. I'm just asking you to think about it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm asking you to think. Okay. It's not about the number. It's about the per capita. Okay. Your argument was they didn't send troops into Shreveport or Monroe because there was no federal facilities. That was never mentioned by the president. They didn't talk about it in that regard. They just talked about houselessness. Okay. They talked about houselessness. And they talked about the vagrants in the city and skateboard mobs and thugs and piling up bodies. Nowhere do they ever mention federal property. Even if that is the case, the cities that I listen to you have higher crime rates. Why is it so hard for you to mention it? Why? Why is it so hard for you to bring that up? Why? Per capita means you take a measure of the population.
Yeah.
The fact that they don't care about law and order.
You're saying that,
why do they not?
Yeah. I think you have to recognize, like, let's take an example of like Los Angeles.
Did you find the data, or did you look up? Did you find it?
Comparing Chicago and Houston. Chicago has
what's your source? First of all, what's your source?
What year? Okay, let's see. It's going to be wirepoints.org.
What's wire points, Charlie? We're not going to use wire points. How about we use the Department of Justice? How about we use crime statistics? Okay, I don't even know what the fuck wire point is. Huh?
Let's see. Let's see what other sources I can find. This is the National Library of Medicine saying that increasing unaliving.
No, we're talking about rate.
Overall lower crime suggests like.
We're talking about the cities, Charlie.
Yeah,
okay?
Yeah. Chicago has an unaliving rate of 21.5 per 100,000, and Houston has one of 13.9.
Cool, great, okay, no problem. So what? So Chicago. What's your source though? What's your source? What is your source?
It's a comparison. So there's two sources. Let's see, Houston Chronicle reporting on 13.9, and let's see a couple of different sources. Using like a government website, it's the National Library of Medicine reporting that the unaliving rate in Chicago is 21.5. That was 2024. That was.
You still have not addressed my question, Charlie. You still have not addressed it.
You asked me.
But you haven't addressed it. St. Louis, okay, it's the same. Somebody just reported this. St. Louis is 69.4. Why are we not sending National Guard troops into St. Louis, Charlie?
I think we should.
But why aren't we?
Because we're starting with DC.
DC is federal. Well, let's exclude DC. So shouldn't we then be going after the cities that have the highest crime rates?
I think we should, comparable to size. So like we should prioritize.
Charlie, it's not comparable to size, Charlie. It's comparable to per capita. Okay? You can't compare. LA County, by the way, has more people than live in my entire state. So how would we make a comparison if we were to compare Vermont to LA County? How would we do that? The only way we can do that is through what's called per capita. Mm-hmm. So we've got St. Louis. If we want to use your argument, we've got St. Louis that has a violent crime rate of 69.4 per 100,000 people. Mm-hmm. Why are we not going to St. Louis then after DC?
No, I think that if that's like, I haven't looked at, like, I haven't compared all the cities, but if that has the highest like rate, that has like a lot of federal property and is pretty like
why are you adding federal property to it?
Because, okay,
why are you adding that?
Because
Charlie, I want to know. Hold on a second. Why are you adding? Because you're the only one that's adding federal property, Charlie.
Well, do you know why this is true?
Well, but you're the only one that's adding that for context. You're the only one that's doing that. The president's not doing that. Hold on. And he left. I did not kick him. He left. That, my guys, is a really, really, really interesting example of what we just went through that we were talking about this morning, right? No one is talking about federal property other than Charlie. Right? It's so sad. I did break his brain. It's so sad. It's just a really simple question. And I want to watch people in the chat say the same thing. Those of you that were defending Charlie. It's the same. If you care, Memphis is 85.7. Is that what it is? 85.7. What was Chicago again? Does Chicago have a higher rate than Houston? It might. That may be the case. Okay. Houston was 19, not 13. Okay. So you see what I mean? And I'm glad we had that. Thank you, mods. I almost had a Fosse. If you know, you know. It is fascinating, right? It's just like Little Rock, Arkansas, another example. Why is it only talking about governors and or mayors and or, cities that don't vote for him? St. Louis is the 69.4 is strictly that's the H rate. Thank you, Courtney. That's not even the entire violent crime rate. That's just the homicide rate in St. Louis. 69.4%. Let's play the game for a second, okay? Sorry, I don't know who I invited. You can ignore that invitation if I sent you an invitation. My bad. I pushed the wrong one. If you truly cared about crime, and we all do, because the Democrats are the party that care about law and order. Certainly not the Republicans. They defunded the police. See how easy that is? You can show them receipts. Why did you guys cut funding for DC law enforcement? Why are you doing that? Why are you cutting funding for community policing? Why are you cutting funding to support local law enforcement from the federal budget? Why? Why are you doing all that shit? That's weird. This is a triggering picture for them because they can't address it. And Charlie proved the point, right? Just proved the point for us. He proved it. He was almost there, right? He's almost there. Don't be a Charlie. He was almost there. Notice he started with BLM. And what was my response? Anybody who violates the law should go to jail. I don't care who it is. And he wasn't not expecting that answer. He was expecting me to defend it. We also know that overwhelming majority of protests that happened during the Summer of Love 2020, 95% I think were peaceful. We also know through court records and convictions of agitators, people like the Boogaloo Boys, for example. We know about that. Again, that's just evidence. Okay, in 2023, these are the cities that rank the highest rates of violent crime. Memphis, Detroit, Little Rock, Baltimore, Cleveland, Kansas City, Milwaukee, New Orleans, Oakland, St. Louis. All are among the highest rates in the FBI's 2023 city. Chicago, nowhere on that list. Memphis, Detroit, Little Rock, Baltimore, Cleveland, Kansas City, Milwaukee, New Orleans, Oakland, and St. Louis. Let's see. Memphis is a red state. Little Rock, red state. Cleveland, red state. Kansas City, red state. New Orleans, red state. St. Louis, red state. So 6 of the top 10. Nowhere on that list is Chicago. Why are we not going after any of those cities? Chicago has had a crime issue over 2 decades. Okay. Penzo, can you please come in and talk to me? I'm just curious about something. Okay. Hi, how are you?
No, okay, so I have something to talk to you about. You're talking about the Democrats.
Hold on, I have a question.
No,
I have a question.
I'm asking the question first.
My guy, it's my house. Okay, you're in my it's my house. No, it's my house. It's my house. My dude, it's my house. I'm going to ask you a question. If you don't want to abide by those rules, then you can leave. Okay? I have a question for you that you will answer or you will leave. Do you understand? You can unmute. Okay? You can unmute. Are you prepared to abide by my rules? Yes or no?
I live in Minnesota where the Democrats.
Okay. You made a claim.
Where are the police in Minnesota? Where are the police?
You made a claim. You made a claim. Depends on you're proving you're okay. I tried. I tried. I tried. See what I mean? How I talked about earlier about how they immediately just jump to the fucking pretzel twisting and to their anger. They can't address it. And this is where I think we've got an opportunity here. If Democrats can campaign properly, right? Because Democrats have lost the messaging on crime. We should not be losing that fight. This, for example, is one. Pardoning lawbreakers who attempted to overthrow our Constitution is another. Citing cities that have our score. Do you see Chicago on that list? Is LA on that list? Is New York on that list? Nope, they're not. Now, Democrats who truly believe in law and order, like holding people accountable, unlike our 2 previous guests, don't care about any of that shit. Because if they were to say, you know what, Facts, you're right. We should be going to the cities that have the highest rates of crime. So let's start with the number 1, Memphis, Tennessee. Cool. Now that we've addressed Memphis, let's get on the list. Detroit's next. Little Rock, Baltimore, Cleveland, Kansas City, Milwaukee, New Orleans, Oakland, and St. Louis. After that, then let's talk about the rest. But you can't do it because it defeats your entire argument. It just, you can't do it. You're going to try to find wiretap, whatever the fuck that was. Violent crime rate. This was the metric. Violent crime rate includes unaliving, grape, robbery, and aggravated assault. That's what the categories are. Jim, you can come up. So prove me wrong, Jim. I just sent you an invite. Because Jim said it's my house. I'm not going to let Republicans speak freely. Prove me wrong, Jim. I just would like you to address what I talked about. I don't want you to try to pivot to something else. I'd like you to prove that you can have an intellectual conversation. I don't normally do this. I don't like to platform people from the right because you guys don't speak the truth. I don't spread misinformation up here. You guys do. So again, I'm asking somebody please tell me why it is that we are not addressing crime if crime is the issue. If crime is the issue and we have higher crime rates in cities such as Memphis, Detroit, Little Rock, Baltimore, Cleveland, Kansas City, Milwaukee, New Orleans, Oakland, and St. Louis, why are we not addressing them? Nationally, by the way, violent crime in our country fell by 5% in 2024. Thank you, Joe Biden. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Now you can find your cognitive dissonance and you can go out there in an attempt to try to find something to support your argument, but we've got the data. I don't know why it's so difficult. We have the information. We have the data. It exists. It's not impossible to find. I found it in 20 seconds. It's not hard. Peter, how are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, excellent. So I just want to make a quick comment about Charlie. Like, I really appreciated him coming up, voicing his opinion. I mean, he started to freestyle a little bit with the federal infrastructure thing. He just kind of threw that in there. But I think the discourse was very satisfying to hear. At least he at least he listened to some of the things you were saying, and you can actually kind of see the wheels turning, right?
What did he listen to, though, Peter? What did he listen to? Because every time I pressed him on something, he didn't listen at all. In fact, he pivoted away from it.
Well, he took the time to allow you to talk is what I really mean. When these other guys, some of these clowns just come up and want to speak over you. He's an intelligent kid, I think. I think he's on the fence. I think at his heart of hearts, he knows exactly what you were putting out to him, and he knows exactly what he was trying to do. But I just got to say,
can I challenge that?
Please.
Can I challenge that?
Sure.
So I would disagree with that, because every time I pressed him to ask why, if crime and law and order are the issues, why are we not addressing it at the places where it has at a higher rate? Every single time I did that, he refused. He said because it's not a priority, or because there's no federal territory there, or because there's more people in Chicago. So I would not say that that is him accepting the truth. I would say that's cognitive dissonance, that he's unwilling to accept the reality.
Granted. But I think it was what he didn't say. I think in his silence, I really felt that the kid got it. I mean, he's an intelligent kid. I just wish the best for him. And more than that, instead of hiding in the chat, I wish some of these other folks would come up, these MAGA supporters would come up and engage you like that. So I just really appreciate that. Yeah, I really appreciate that. I appreciate your platform. I'm going to continue to support. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Peter. But again, I would caution people to say that just because someone is willing to have a conversation does not mean they're doing it in good faith. Because Charlie, I talked to lots of people. He was not doing it in good faith. Yeah. He was pressed. He attempted to try to justify his racism by going to the BLM situation, and he was surprised by my answer when he said, "Do you support that?" I'm like, no, of course I don't support that. I don't support violence against police officers. I just don't. If you're convicted of a crime or charged with a crime, you should get due process. And then if the evidence is there to convict you, then convict. Being sincere and not disingenuous would be Charlie acknowledging the data that I shared with him that Chicago's not even in the top 10.
Yeah.
That would be being sincere.
I'd respectfully ask that you continue to teach, coach, and mentor him. I think he's listening to you. Again, it's what he didn't say, the silence between his talking points. I really believe that you're getting through to the guy. Again, I appreciate all that you do.
Thanks, Peter. Appreciate you. Have a good day. Here's the list. Memphis, Detroit, Little Rock, Baltimore, Cleveland, Kansas City, Milwaukee, New Orleans, Oakland, and St. Louis. FBI violent crime rates, again, murder, rape, robbery, aggravated assault per 100,000 residents, because that's the only way you can do it per capita. And we know the violent crime rate is down nationally from 23 to 24. Thank you, Joe Biden. Question is simple. Again, 1, 2, so Memphis, Little Rock, Cleveland, Kansas City, New Orleans, and St. Louis. So 6 of the top 10 are in red states. And you notice, again, to be sincere in a conversation about this topic, you can't say, well, those are blue cities. Well, the FBI has done this analysis. Even if you remove the blue cities from these red states, I don't even know what a blue city is, just because it has a Democratic mayor, whatever. Even if you remove the blue cities from these states, they would still have higher crime rates than cities like Chicago, cities like LA, cities like New York, cities like Boston, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's never been about crime. They don't care about crime. They care about the image and the visual of democratic cities having National Guard troops or the U.S. military patrolling the streets. That's the bigger issue. Hello, my friend. How are you today?
Hello there.
Greetings and salutations. Because you said spreadsheets so early this morning whilst I was out walking the dog, I thought I would, yeah, baby. That's right. Mod chat, stand by. There will be more spreadsheets.
Hey now, woohoo!
Laid out for your enjoyment. And
oh my goodness.
Unlike most men, fuck the golf ball. All hail the spot.
Yeah, indeed.
Yes.
What the young men amongst us don't realize yet, Obi, maybe they will eventually, is that the journey is the best part.
Yes. So, take your time. Take your time.
Just saying.
Ask questions of your partner. Let them explain to you what they like, how they like. Let them be your Sherpa to the discovery of the wonderland that is letting a woman complete. Don't be Charlie Gums Kirk.
Hey now.
Exactly. Praise the bean. Exactly.
That's right.
Yes, exactly. Whew.
Anyway, sorry, I did not mean to take us into Facts After Dark, but I blame you because of spreadsheets. So, by the way, cities with major federal properties and personnel, which apparently is a new topic that I've never heard discussed ever when it comes to crime. So let's see, that would be San Diego, Huntsville, Alabama, Virginia Beach, Norfolk, Virginia, Honolulu, Hawaii, and Dayton, Ohio.
Sure. There you go.
Where are the National Guard troops in those areas?
Exactly.
If we're here to protect, right? And then there is the cities with historical significance or targeted federal buildings. This is where he got it from.
Can I give you the keys to the car for a second? I got to take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Yes, you can. So cities with historical significance or targeted federal buildings would be Chicago, Atlanta, and San Francisco. Anyway, and then we have to distinguish the difference between military bases, which is land, and federal buildings. But anyway, listen, kids in the chat who are MAGA, if you want to learn something and you come up in the box, what you have to be willing to do is listen to the question that's being asked and listen by thinking through what's being said and what's being asked of you and not listening to react. When you listen to react, you then are like that young dude, Charlie, whose frontal lobe clearly hasn't developed, because whether or not there's a federal building or federal land or federal personnel in a city doesn't count. That's not related to crime rate statistics, right? What we know is that the states with the highest crime rates are red states. The states that take the most federal tax dollars are red states. The persons that rely on federal programs the most are rural areas that are in red states. And if my state, the great state of California, the world's fourth largest economy, ever decides to stop paying taxes and stop contributing to the federal government, everyone in a red state, welcome to a lifelong poverty that your family will never be able to dig itself out of, because California will have decided that we're just not going to fund you. We're just not going to support you. Yes, go ahead.
So here's a great example. Hey, Sharon, I'll get to you in 1 second. Here's a great example.
Hi.
Brandon in the chat. The red states where crime is highest are in blue cities. So again, Brandon, what I'm asking you to think about, okay, this is what I was trying to get Charlie to understand. What you're implying there is that blue cities operate under different laws than the red states. So again, I will ask you, Brandon, this is going to require some thought. What you're implying is that the mayor of a city has more power over the state laws than the governor of the state does. Have fun watching your head explode. Hello, Sharon. How are you today?
Hi, I'm doing very well. Good, long time no see, my friend. Thank you for continuing to do this. Yes, it's been a minute. I love that you are still reminding people about January 6th, because we cannot let this be, just destroyed or, eliminated from the history books. I wanted to really quickly, because I don't have a whole lot of time, but I really wanted to come on here and take advantage of your 1.2 thousand people in here watching. A couple of things I wanted to mention. The only person that started the lie that the January 6th committee destroyed evidence was Republican Representative Loudermilk. And why did he do that, you would ask? Because he was the one that gave tours to Proud Boys a few days prior to January 6th.
Correct.
And so that's just so weird that he would want to try to deflect, the investigation off of him, right? So correct. I wanted to make that point. A second point I wanted to make is the two people that breached the outer perimeter of the police officers at the Capitol that day, as well as breaching the actual Capitol with the breakage of the window, were Proud Boys. They were people that were coordinated this through Roger Stone. There's video of Roger Stone admitting how they were going to be Trump's armed guards and would throw anyone out who dared challenge their fake elector slates and all that. So that's another little tidbit I wanted to add. And then the second thing, the last thing on that is everyone, if you drop whatever you think you know or have been told about January 6th and go to the 2 of the Ube and watch Day of Rage. It's a documentary that has it's a very 40-minute succinct timeline put out by the New York Times of the timeline of everything that happened that day. And once you watch that, you're going to have a very different opinion of what you have now, maybe. And then lastly, my friend.
I hope they do, Sharon.
Yeah.
Well, I hope they have it. I hope they have a different
too.
opinion because they're probably going to say it's just fake or it's edited or whatever. But I get your point.
Yeah, it's hard to deny that documentary only because there are so many other documentaries that have the same timestamps. You have to understand this documentary, Day of Rage, was put together through video cameras of people who were there documenting their crimes. Like the timestamps all line up, and so there's other outlets that have done similar documentaries, and all the timestamps are the same. So it's really hard to deny, video, what's right there in front of you. And then lastly, my friend, all I wanted to say is, there's one thing that all of these Democrat cities have in common that I think, and if you were to show pictures of all these mayors to these people who are denying this, maybe they'd get it because they're all melanated. They're all black mayors, and that's Democrat cities has been a dog whistle, meaning black people since the 60s. So we just need to recognize what it is for what it is, and that's all I really had to say, my friend. Sorry to be yappy, but I'm delivering a DoorDash, and I'm expecting delivery an order to come in to disrupt my talk any second now, so I wanted to get it all out while I could. But thank you
appreciate
again.
You. My pleasure. Good. Don't stay away so long. I love you too. See you later. Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Really good point. I was trying to get Charlie to that point. The commonality of what these cities that he's targeting, right? There happen to be black mayors in many of those cities. And somebody made a comment in the chat, and thank you, chat. This is why we always say you guys are the smartest chat on TikTok. I think the mayor of New Orleans is a Republican. If I'm incorrect about that, somebody can please correct me. But I believe the mayor of New Orleans is a Republican. I think so. Anyway, I can fact check it. I've got people that I could do that, but that would defeat your entire argument.
No.
No?
LaToya Cantrell is a Democrat.
Okay, there you go. So, but the argument, and I'm glad Sharon brought this up, and I was going there too, that's a total dog whistle. It's an absolute total dog whistle.
Yeah.
Why, again, this is the same issue that we had coming around J6, because the right, because of the right-wing echo chamber, because of Donald Trump, and because everybody else, they were convinced that Nancy Pelosi is the reason that the National Guard didn't show up that day, which would then imply that the Speaker of the House has more power than the president. The question I would then ask you, MAGA, part 2 would be, if the Speaker of the House had the power to send in the Guard, then why did the president order it last week and not on J6? Like, why? You guys are going to, my advice to you, MAGA, my advice to you from Uncle Facts, young uncle, it's inside joke, you'll know. I'm not allowed to say old anymore, which I'm fine by. My advice to you would to not talk about crime anymore, because it's a losing argument for you. It's a losing argument. You cannot come out and say that you're the party of law and order when you're pardoning or commuting the sentences of people who beat up cops. You voted for a 34-time convicted felon. The states that you live in that you care about so much have higher rates of crime, and your party defunded the police. Mic drop. So, but good luck. Right? And I'm glad Sharon said what she said too about the fact that we're talking about this, because we have to talk about this, because the Trump administration is going to do everything they possibly can to avoid these elements of history, which is why they don't want to discuss it anymore. Right?
Yeah. I mean, let's face it, right? We just need to also call stuff out. This is and listen, I understand, MAGA, that this is going to trigger you. So MAGA trigger warning. This is about racism and bigotry, and that's the only thing that it's about, because cruelty is the point. And all they want to do is subjugate minority groups of persons, whatever way we want to categorize that, right? That's what they want. They are so afraid of the queer community that it's pathetic. They're so afraid of persons in wheelchairs that it's pathetic. They are so afraid of veterans like myself that it's pathetic, because it's a reflection of the fact that they didn't have the courage to raise their hand and volunteer, right?
Very good call out, Obi. That's a really good call out. Good morning, Helen. How are you today? Thanks for your patience.
I didn't mean to get on it, but I'm very fortunate to get on your panel. Extremely intelligent. Thank you so much for speaking up and putting out the facts. Bless you both.
Thank you, Helen. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Have a good day. I appreciate you so much. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you were done. You can request again, Helen, if you want to come back. My apologies. I thought that was what you wanted to talk about. Sorry about that. I'll bring you back up if you want to come back. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. My apologies. By the way, Anargyros Karunas, you ask who defunded the police? That would be your president by cutting the law enforcement budget for DC, and by removing federal support for community policing across the country in the big beautiful bill. So yes, say it with me, friends. The Republican Party defunded the police. We have the receipts. Hi, Daniel. How are you today?
Hey, I'm doing great, boss. I don't want to take too much of your time. I love you guys. I appreciate what you do. I just wanted to, my pleasure. It's truly my pleasure. I just wanted to just kind of make a statement. Like, I'm so tired, man. I'm so tired. I started out this whole thing trying to talk to people, trying to reason with people, trying to bring facts, trying to bring evidence, and it just doesn't matter. And that last kid that you were talking to, it's just a perfect example. It doesn't matter what you say. And so a big portion of me, like, I consider myself to be a pretty loving guy, but a big portion of me feels like I'm losing that. And where I used to see these people and want to hear them out and say, oh, but you've been lied to, I'm losing it, man. I'm losing the care with having to watch every single day, watching innocent lives ripped to shreds over hatred and bigotry and you know what I mean? You know, I don't need to say it, but it's just, I'm out of gas. I don't care anymore. I don't care. I just want to push them off a cliff and let's fix things. You know what I mean? Because they just won't listen. And I know I'm wrong. And I'll just say that right out the gate. I know, excuse me. I know I'm wrong. I've given up. And
why would you say you're wrong, though, Daniel? I don't think you're wrong. Why would you say
because
you're wrong?
Isn't it wrong to give up on someone? Like, for instance, that last kid. Let's just talk about it because it was fresh. I could tell he's young. I could tell he's been lied to. He's probably got his MAGA dad standing behind him going, you got this, you got this. I mean, how can we continue when all we're doing is pouring our cup onto the cap of a closed cup?
Yeah, I wouldn't say, I mean, I understand that sentiment. I get it, but I wouldn't say you're wrong. The way I look at this is that we should never relent on the truth, right? What I shared with you regarding the events of J6 is not my opinion. It is the facts. We have the evidence to back it up. It's not my opinion that crime rates that I listed in cities are higher than Chicago. That's not my opinion. That's the fact. It's not our job to convince them. It's our job, responsibility to inform, lead the horse to water. I'd love to stuff the fucking horse's face in it, but I can't do that. We can only go so far, right? We can only go so far. I mean, Obi and I talk about this a lot, and he said it to me yesterday. He's like, Steve, it's not your job to do that. And I'm like, you're right, brother. You're right. What I see it as my job, my role, my responsibility, the pleasure that I have doing this every single day is just to constantly remind people that we live in a disinformation age, and the right has been propagandized so much that when they're stuck in a situation attempting to say that they support law and order and Republicans are against crime, and then we remind them of J6 and they have nowhere to go. So instead of feeling defeated, Daniel, I would say keep the pressure on. Keep the pressure on.
Man, it's hard, dude. It's you're a stronger man than me. It is hard. I'm at the point now where I'm standing next to these folks and I'm pointing up at the sky and I'm saying, guys, it's blue. And they're like, nope, it's green. I just want to shove them off the cliff and walk away. I'm so exhausted. I'm out of energy. I'm out of patience. I'm out of love. I'm out of kindness. I'm out of understanding. It's been 10 years. I'm exhausted, and I know many of us are. And that's why I came out and I said, I know I'm wrong, because the deepest part of my heart knows you should never give up. But I tell you, man, it's tough. And you know it more than most.
I do. This is why we close the show. We have this term that we like to use around here called do something. And somebody asked me yesterday, what would be those examples? And the things that I gave didn't have anything to do with politics. Volunteer in your community, go to a library, read to kids. Maybe you can volunteer in a classroom that might need some help, bake some bread for a neighbor, help an infirmed or disabled person in your community. They might have accessibility issues. Those are things that we can all do, right?
Yeah,
Those are things that we can do.
Right.
Because there's 3 empaths right here. We all get it. I mean, Obi gives me credit. He's like, you're the nice empath. Obi says he's the angry empath. But that's kind of what they want us to give up, Daniel. I can feel your emotion. Yeah. Don't give up. Don't give up. Just find different ways, perhaps, to direct your energy.
You're amazing. I appreciate you. I thank you. I thank you, chat. Thank you, everybody. You have a great day.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate you very much. Seriously, friends, right? I mean, go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
This is a good point to remind everyone why we talk about the paradox of tolerance, right? We are not required to be tolerant of the intolerant. Correct. And so for Daniel, you're not wrong, right?
I get his feeling. I understand what he's saying. No, I totally get it. But yeah. Yep.
But remember, boundaries are for you, not for others.
That's right.
And you have to have realistic boundaries for yourself, for your own mental health. And it's good to be frustrated. It's good to air your grievances, right? These are important things that show a high emotional IQ that's really important as we critically think, because we do need to be emotional creatures, because we are, right? You can't rub dirt on it and walk it off. Eventually, right, you're the one that suffers. So
wait, we're Gen X. We're Gen X.
Yes. And now that you know me as well as you do, maybe the rubbing dirt on it explains a few things.
It sure does. Right. Exactly. No, but it's a really good point. I mean, it's a really, really good point. Like, I'm not here necessarily to change minds. If it happens organically, then that's great. And I know firsthand that I have helped change some minds, right? That's not why I do it, though. I do this because I don't want history to vanish. We're talking about this. I did the research on the elements of J6 because the right is doing everything they can to dismiss it. Everything they can to dismiss it. And we can't let that happen, which is why we still keep talking about the Schmepstein situation, because they're doing everything they can to dismiss that as well. Veterans being, I know how you feel about this. I'll be careful how I say it, but we get this situation with the National Guard and active duty service members being called to service in American streets. That's just not okay. And what the right has done has convinced their voters, people like Charlie, that it's okay because crime is such a problem. It's not okay. It's just flat out not okay. Now, if we did have this massive epidemic of violent crime in our country, then I would agree. We've got to do something, but we don't. Crime is dropping. We've seen it every single year since COVID. Crime is dropping, but you know what's going to happen? It's going to spike back up again because, Obi, what is a leading contributor to petty crime in particular?
Poverty.
Exactly. Now, I'm going to ask all of you.
It's not hard to correlate either.
It's not. Exactly. And I would ask all of you that are in the chat right now, imagine you're in a situation, you've got 2 kids to feed, you got no money. Are you above petty larceny? No, we're not. We're going to do everything we can to survive. And that's unfortunate. That's why we always say the enemy is not that way. The enemy is that way. That should be the truth that we can all agree on. I would do whatever it takes. I mean, I would do whatever it takes to feed my kids. Whatever it takes. We all would. I don't know if we all would, but most of us would. And that's the part that's why we do this. That's why we talk about these kinds of things. That's why I get emotional about this shit, because it really matters to me. It really matters. And I'm not here to change Charlie's mind. I'm here to provide Charlie with the evidence in hopes that he can figure it out on his own. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, listen, I think the real problem, and we don't spend enough time talking about this because there's not enough time always. Why is it that we allow them to control the narrative? Why is it that we think petty crime is wrong? It's not. If petty crime is feeding your family, it's not wrong. Check your moral compass. What's wrong are billionaires. Billionaires are wrong. Now, could there be an exception? Yeah, I'm gonna give you one possible exception, right?
Sure.
Somebody wins that $750+ million lotto, right? Which very well could push to $800 or $900 million. At that point in time, you're or more, and at that time, you're literally going to be on the cusp of being a billionaire. And by the time you leave the earth, if you don't spend the money and you let it make interest, you and your family will be billionaires. That's different, right?
Exactly.
That's by luck. That's by chance, right? So that's the one exception I will always carve out, because listen, if somebody flops down $10 or $20 and they hit something like that, fucking fantastic. I'm all for that.
Agreed.
With limits, right? Because we don't want people becoming addicted to gambling. But there's absolutely no reason for people to have tens of billions of dollars. There's no reason for that, right? And even if we taxed them appropriately, right? Let's just say, I'm going to throw out a number, Steve. Imagine what would happen if we taxed them at 40%. And then simultaneously, right, we raised the Social Security requirement for contributing, right? We raised that cap to, let's just say, what is it, like 110? After 110K, it starts to sail down, and then after 250K, it almost shuts off.
176. It's capped at 176.
176, right? So why can't we go from 176 to 300K?
Sure.
Right? Now, if you do those two things, and by the way, did you ever see that I sent that spreadsheet on how to keep Social Security solvent? I know the math may have lost a lot of people. Sorry.
I was like 5 lines in, and I'm like, I'm going to need my hand held a little bit through that one, buddy. So yeah, I do want to spend some more time on it though, but yes.
Yeah. But basically, like, I've done the math. It's not complicated. Well, okay, let me rephrase this. For some of us, the math is not complicated. For others, you will throw stones at me, and I will appreciate the stones being thrown at me, because that means I did something good. But it's not that hard, because even at 40%, right, they're still not even really being taxed, because in essence, their end of day rate, right, or end of year rate ostensibly is going to be, let's say, maybe 20% is what they would pay, right? Because you're going to have all of these write-offs, right? But first you have to raise these caps and these numbers to a reasonable extent. And then through legislation, you have to start going and closing these loopholes, because no one should have to steal food from a grocery store to feed your family. And as far as I'm concerned, I get that people are going to want to tell me that that's a crime. And I'm going to say, no, it's not. What's a crime is that they had to do it. What's a crime is that children go to school hungry. That's the crime. The crime is that we have a billionaire class that does not contribute to the betterment of mankind, in quotes, in any way, shape, or form. And they do not create jobs. What creates jobs is demand for goods and the consumers that pay for that demand. They create jobs. A billionaire has never created a job a single fucking day in their life, right? Unless they were the only person that invented a widget. There are very few of those persons that have ever existed where they haven't stolen something from a friend, right? Hi, Facebook, talking about you, Meta, and how your glorious leader who sucks at the teat of Trump all the time stole everything, right? And it was
Sure
proven in
does.
court that he stole it, right?
Mhm.
Bill Gates, you too stole things, right?
Yeah.
I get it, right? That's just how some of these fucking people are, right? But the fact of the matter is, none of you deserve to have the wealth that you have because you haven't created anything without the consumer, right? This is why
Right.
I'm so against companies like Meta. Like, I get it. Listen, I know that people want to have Facebook and that people
Sure.
want to be on Facebook. But here's my question. Can you be on Facebook and blow gum at the same time like our host just did? I don't think so. Did you see that? You blew gum. That was like a really cool thing.
Sweet.
Somebody
Nice.
just sent you like a bubblegum thingy.
I'm good with my mouth. I'm just saying.
Hey ladies. Dear ladies, I'd like you to know that our host
Okay,
is
moving on.
good
Yes,
with his
continue your
mouth.
thought. Continue your thought, please. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Which
Appreciate you.
thought? And breathe.
Exactly.
I just
exactly.
want people to start when my wife just said "oi" in the
Oi.
comment. Yeah, hey,
Oi.
you've been with me for 21 years and married to me for 20. You knew what you were getting into. You could have pulled the ripcord a long time ago.
Hey now.
Exactly.
Hey now. That's because I know where the spot is.
No, but see, to your point though, like raising the cap and all these kinds of things, and capital gains taxes and all these kinds of, none of them individually is going to solve the problem. It needs to be a combination of a lot of these things, and that's why I always say, like, if there was truly an appreciation of solving crime, then you would go to the source of where the crime is. Similarly, economic frustration and stress on the middle class, you would address it as opposed to lying to the American public so that you can give tax breaks to the people who are already advantaged in the system. And you do that by cutting benefits for people. There is no justification for the Christian right, the evangelical right, the Republican leaders in our country to say that we care about the middle class and we care about children when you are cutting SNAP benefits. Period. Yeah. There's no, that's part of why we do this, is to remind people of that. This is real. I'm a real guy. Obi knows me. I am exactly who I am offline as I am here. This shit fucking matters to me. It matters. I care about it. I don't care who you are. I don't want your kids to suffer. I don't want your children to go hungry. We say this a lot and get feedback for it. Myself, Obi, people in our community, a lot of people in here every single day, we care more about your children's future than you do, MAGA. We care more about your economic security than you do. We care more about the fact when your children are going to be graduating high school or graduating college, that they can get a good job, they can afford to pay their bills, they can afford to live. We care more about those things than you do. And there's no argument against it. You can't justify it. Instead, you live in this world where this didn't exist. You live in a world where you're being told that there's no cuts to Medicaid when there is. You're being told that SNAP benefits aren't being cut when there is. You talk about waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid. Your president pardoned one of the biggest Medicaid fraudsters we've ever seen in our country. So don't tell me that your party cares about these things, because they don't. Period. See, got lust. You're proving my point. Goth lust. Only cut for illegals. You're proving my point. Thank you for walking into it. You're proving our point every single day. This is not, to me, We're well past the political fight. This is an ideological fight. I say this all the time. Obi, what does our country prioritize?
Money.
Exactly. Money.
I won't even say wealth. I'm just going to say money, or the accumulation of money, which then becomes wealth, right?
Correct.
And that could be in the form of property, right? It could be in the form of stock. And by the way, the next MAGA that comes up here on this live or any live when I'm in the room and talks about the stock market, I'm going to remind you, it is not an economic indicator. It's an indice. It is a platform in which equities are bought and sold. It means nothing to the greater economy at all. And if you actually believe that a president controls the equity trading market, I've got a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you.
Exactly. Hearts in the chat for Kimmy for this comment. Poor people don't have the power to be the problem. That is the best comment I've heard in weeks. Hearts in the chat for Kimmy.
That's a t-shirt.
Exactly. Poor people don't have the power to be the problem. That's exactly right. That's why we do this every single day. We have to sprinkle in the facts and the facts of what happened on J6. We have to sprinkle in the facts about how if crime is the problem, then why aren't they sending, National Guard troops to the areas where it really is problematic? We're talking about this because we are suffering at the hands of a fucking madman, a guy that sits behind the Resolute desk who has enriched himself to the tune of nearly $4 billion since taking office. And his supporters, his ardent, blood red, I hate immigrants. You've been conditioned to hate people so much. You have no reason to hate any of these people. Instead, you're doing it, and the person that you voted for is enriching himself on your back because you're not paying attention. We get robbed every day. It's not immigrants. It's not black people. It's not the LGBTQI community. It's not the queer community. It's not the disabled community. It's not radical leftists. It's the billionaire class being propped up. Now, and not only propped up, but a person with the auto pen with a bruised hand has the ability to enrich not only himself, but them as well. And you guys just won't see it. Why? Why won't you just take a step back and just be like, shit, man, my prices are going up. Instead of believing what Trump is telling you that inflation doesn't exist, it's actually up since he's taken office. Gas prices are up since he's taken office. All these things are real. Why can't you again, I'm not here to convince. I am just asking you. Plain and simple.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, listen, I'm going to pop and get ready
big meeting tomorrow. I'm excited.
Yes. Now, I don't ever ask this, but if people could send some positive thoughts our way tomorrow afternoon, that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Capitalism. Because capitalism pays the bills. And,
indeed.
We both have youngins that need to pay for college. So, yeah, I'll just say that there's an opportunity on the table. And if I'm able to secure this is indeed a piece of work that will change people's lives in a positive way.
I got you, buddy. Thanks for being here. I love you, pal.
And I love you, bro. And I love the chat. And keep doing what you're doing, everyone. Maybe one day I will walk you guys through how to make Social Security solvent from an extremely high level, as opposed to the level that I sent Steve that gave him a migraine and sent him to bed early. Peace and love.
I appreciate it. Peace and love, buddy. See you later. Okay. So we're going to do, we've talked about that. We've talked about trying to do, an economic breakdown about how we can potential solutions to save Social Security, to make it more solvent. There's no reason why. There's no reason why. It's just rhetoric. We know that the right has been dipping their toe in it. We know that the right lies about it. We know that the left has done that as well, but not to any measure, not even close. Similarly with the whole the gerrymandering argument. This is a fight, guys. This is an ideological fight. It's an ideological fight. Just ask yourself what we prioritize in our country. Now, people want to criticize, by the way, now that our government is buying stock and buying a portion of publicly funded and traded companies, now we are in the socialism game, apparently, but that's fine. Other countries that our Republican leaders like to criticize have decided that they want to prioritize their citizens. That's why we talk about things in terms of the NHS in the UK. They have decided that they're going to prioritize the health and well-being of their citizenry, which is why they have more restrictions on some things that go into food, for example, right? This is a fight. This is a fight. This is a fight that might get bloody, figuratively and literally. This is a fight. But for people to walk around in this just haze that we can't do these things because we can't afford it, or it's the first step to universal health care is communism, even though what? Enough is enough. The real TDS is Trump devotion sickness. Good call, Dano. The real fight is against the greed. You're safer in our country in a community of immigrants. There's no question about it. You're going to get more productivity and contribution to the GDP in blue states. Lower rates of crime exist in blue states. The states that prioritize education are the ones that have better educational outcomes. Red states in our country would not survive without the production of blue states, in particular California. I remember I went through that exercise yesterday where Ted Cruz tried to make this argument that the moving trucks coming to Texas are significantly more expensive than they are going the other way because nobody goes the other way. And I literally went to the U-Haul website and immediately fucking debunked it. So I am just asking. I'm not asking you to go public. Listen, I'm not even asking you to necessarily change your vote, but just accept the fact that you've been lied to. And you're being lied to now. You can't erase this. This wasn't imaginary. It wasn't. I mean, it looks like a movie because that's how it played out in front of us. We watched it, and Sharon mentioned this, Day of Rage. It's a great documentary to watch. And the immediate response we're going to get from people who have not seen it on the right, they're going to say, "Well, what was the source?" The source was the insurrectionist traitors who had their body cams on, bragging about what they did and what they're doing. So it's not like it's that's why we do this, okay? That's why we do this. I don't want people to forget about it. I'm doing everything I can to make sure it doesn't happen. That's my goal. Hi, Maddie. How are you today? Maddie? Hello? Hello, Maddie? Maddie going once? Maddie going twice? Thank you, Maddie. Appreciate you. Thank you to Nancy, to TC. Thank you, TC, as well. Nanny, you've got a bit of feedback. Some feedback in your... There, that's better. It's fixed. Nanny, are you there?
Yes, good morning.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Fine. How are you? What's on your mind?
I'm good, thank you. So I've been thinking why people like Charlie and other MAGA trying to justify violence and the president who pardoned the violent people. So I moved from a, unfortunately, blue state to red state for work, but so I spoke to some Republican people, more Republican people. So I think these people have been raised and grown up in families that justify violence. So I think the father was violent against them, and the mother used to justify this. Oh, he's doing this because he loves you, he cares about you, you know? So when now they try to justify the violence of their father, who is the president, you know, because I also have people from back in my country and the Middle East, because I'm originally from the Middle East. They are trying to justify, when I ask them, how can you vote for him after January 6th? What do you think? Because we have seen this happening in the Middle East, and to us, this is normal to be done by whoever is the president on the chair. So we came here with these bad thoughts that this is normal to control the country, to control people, to, yeah, you know, okay, now I'm like Daniel. I felt Daniel when he said I give up, because yeah, at one point I felt that I give up too from because I was trying to educate my people in our own mother tongue, which is Arabic. But some of them accept, and most of them they don't accept, because they have been grown and raised up in such an environment. So they felt that the dress of the freedom is too big for them. They cannot wear it. They cannot live in it. You know, so it depends on the situation that they have been grown up with, who used to justify violence.
It's a fair point, Nanny. It's a fair point, Nanny. Yeah,
Yes,
you've got some
and,
feedback.
Yeah, but I'm trying to, even if I feel I give up, but I'm trying to still at least educate myself by like participating in your platform and other platforms. My sons actually participate in educating me, because thank God and thanks to America education system, they had the chance to be educated in two of the most elite universities in the US. Thank God. Thank you, America, for this. So now they participate to my education in the political issues. They keep to open the website, the official websites, circling the laws, the parts of the constitution, the executive orders, and they keep sending it to me. Mom, don't take the information from the Facebook, take it from official websites. So at least I keep educating myself. I keep speaking to some people that I feel that they may accept, they may change their minds. This is how I try to encourage myself not to give up. So please, Daniel, don't give up. Try to find a way. Yes.
Thank you, Nanny, for jumping. Thank you. I appreciate you, Nanny. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Just a little breaking news. There has been a shooting has been reported at the Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis, according to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Multiple victims from the shooting, which occurred during school drop-off. Shooters contained, and there's no active threat to the community, city officials said. The suspect is believed to be deceased from a self-inflicted. Governor Walz wrote, "I'm praying for our kids and teachers whose first week of school was marred by this horrific act of violence." Walz said state authorities are at the scene. Agents from the FBI and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives are also responding. Mods, can somebody reach out to Brett, make sure he's doing okay? Again, this is from Minnesota at the Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis, according to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. And of course, we'll hear a lot of thoughts and prayers. Gen X girl, how are you today?
Hi. I just wanted to jump on real quick. I live in Austin, Texas. I'm actually 5 minutes from San Gabriel River over by Georgetown. So we had the risk of flooding. I actually have had neighbors that their backyard was wiped out. I just want to say, living in a red state, that people don't understand, when these floods happened in Caryville and also Austin, Texas, the government didn't step in. Volunteers and a grocery store called HEB stepped in.
That's what you see a lot. That's what you see a lot, sadly. You know, in a good way, though. In a good way, because we talk about doing something that will be an example. Correct?
I don't mean to start crying, but there's people still missing. They haven't found all the bodies. And our government doesn't care. We had, because our neighborhood was asking for volunteers. because the government wasn't doing, the FEMA wasn't in sight. There's people that their lives have been, like their whole family. There's a husband, his wife and kids are missing and they haven't found them. And the government doesn't care. What world do we live in?
That's the
I don't
question that we all
understand
ask.
how these people are so cold and you know, I just, I don't get it. I don't understand how people are so heartless.
I'm with you on that one. We talk about this a lot, Gen X, right? About how and for those of us who don't understand, I hope we never do. That's the whole point, right? People just mocking suffering of others. People just celebrating when people are sent to alligator Alcatraz, or just the violence against some of them in many states. I'm with you. We'll never understand it.
And the Hispanic community are some of the most hardworking, loving people. I've never felt unsafe around them. They're so misjudged, and
agreed.
And it's so sad. Like, all they want to do is work and support their family. That's what they're here for. They don't want trouble. They don't want to commit crimes because that's not the type of people they are. And I'm not saying, I mean, obviously there will be some coming over the border that are, but majority of them are just wanting to support their family and survive.
Sure.
And, if I see them, like, I'll just give them money and just say, here, get some lunch, and they're a lot of times they'll, no, they can't speak English and stuff, but I'll force it and like, no, take it. They're the most, I mean, it's so sad what's happening. And I also worked I've been in the chat. I worked for Goldman Sachs for a bit. I worked in their accounting department. There was a small division of us that were personal accounting, where we actually paid rich people's bills. And I'm telling you, these wealthy people are cold. They think that the lower and middle class are scum. They're never rich enough. They bitch about $35 fees, like any sort of fee they complain about. They want everything for free, and they don't understand that they don't give a crap about us. And I actually think that reality TV has caused a majority of this problem, like the Kardashians, because it gives us a sense of, like, I can be like them too, or they're just normal like us.
Pick me.
And it gives us people that fantasy that I can be wealthy too, or they really care about the little people. They don't, guys. They're never rich enough. They could pass away and have $80 billion that they never spent. They just hoarded away like a little squirrel, and they're still not rich enough. It is basically, it's a contest between other rich people about who's more wealthy. And they're the ones that don't tip. These are the scum of the earth that will rob your grandmother of her life savings if it will add to their wealth. And people don't freaking get it.
Correct.
And it frustrates me. Like, why are you guys trying to make comfortable people, the wealthy people comfortable so that they can get their mega yacht and their fifth house? I don't understand why people want to keep them comfortable.
Because we talked earlier about the Social Security cap of $176,000 annually. Like, within minutes of the calendar flipping to the next year, most of the billionaire class have already capped out on their contributions to Social Security. We know that they don't take salaries; they live off their investments and everything else. But the point is, for people to say, especially conservatives, to say that waste, fraud, and abuse. The waste, fraud, and abuse exists in what you just described: tax loopholes and the avoidance of penalties, and then funding campaigns so the legislation passes to support them, things like that. That is the true corruption. That is the true waste, fraud, abuse. Thanks for jumping in today, Gen X.
One more thing I want to say is watch the show called Animal Kingdom. I think it's either on Hulu or Netflix. and a light bulb went off. And a light bulb might go off with you guys too. If you've noticed, like when the housing prices, like when it boomed and everybody was buying the houses and a lot of corporations were buying houses and apartments.
Yeah.
And I saw some videos going around where a lot of houses or apartment complexes, they were only renting out to like 5 people. And somebody's like, yeah, I live in this apartment complex in a big city, and I'm the only resident on the entire floor. And I'm like, that's really weird. Why are they keeping, why aren't they renting out the whole space? And they're saying, oh, it's to drive the rental price up. That's one. But 2, I think they're laundering money. And if you watch Animal Kingdom, it's a show. It's about a crime family, almost like kind of like a mobster type family. I was like, I bet you that's what corporations are doing, is I bet they're buying these properties and they're laundering money through it.
It doesn't surprise me. We know that there's lots of problems in the housing industry that are directly in response to Republican policies to deregulate the housing industry. So again, thank you, Gen X, for jumping in today. I appreciate
And
you.
if you have time, you have to scroll down a little bit. I walked 5 minutes from my house and I have a video of the San Gabriel breaking. So watch the video and you'll see how full it was. And I've got before and after photos of what it looks like compared to when it was flooding. And it's a really interesting video. Thank you for bringing me on.
You got it. Thanks for being here. Have a good day. Vanessa, I want to address something you said. You said not a single party has done anything about it. See, I disagree with that, because in Kamala Harris's legislative agenda, she wanted to cap price gouging. She wanted to address it through legislation. That would be an example, because what we're going to be witnessing now is inflation is hitting. There's going to be tariffs. So what we've also noticed, consumers paying more price for goods, and we've also seen profits increase. So I would disagree with that entirely, because if you look at Democratic policies, far from perfect, if you look at Democratic tax policies, the benefits go to the middle class. Okay? Not enough. I want a progressive tax program. Again, people have asked me, like, Steve, what would this look like in the future? I don't want little bites of the fucking apple. I want a massive increase in the corporate tax. Massive increase. Because the lie, right? The lie that we've been told for decades is that it's trickle-down economics will eventually work. It'll work this time. It'll work this time. It'll work this time. And if we increase their taxes so much, corporations will leave. They've always said that. They've always said that. So from my perspective, let them fucking go. Let them fucking go, because they're not job creators anyway. Let them fucking go. They're already farming out jobs elsewhere anyway. Let them go. I would say crank that fucker up so it's 55, 60, 70%. Raise the top marginalized tax rate to 90% again. Call it a fucking day. Overfund public education, guarantee universal health care, reform Citizens United, fix public policy about infrastructure. Sign me the fuck up. Stop with this bullshit of fucking table scraps. Stop watching the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. There is no middle class anymore, friends. There is us and there is them. And that's where the fight is. It exists. It's a fight literally a fight for our lives, because people are starving. People are starving in our country. The richest country on earth. Give me a fucking break. Hi, Heather. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right.
Good. When she mentioned the reality TV, that set off a light bulb for me. Because I've had a theory for a long time that we've been very numbed to violence because of all of the violence on TV and in movies, etc. And then reality TV has made bad behavior acceptable. And you can see it
glorified, not even just acceptable, but they glorified it.
Yeah. I mean, and you watch they've done like breakdowns of reality TV shows and stuff, and none of them are based in reality, really, like Real Housewives and stuff. It's all drama that's thrown at them. It's not even reality anymore. It's nearly scripted.
You're right. I mean, and to be honest, when they've done, I forgot, there was somebody wrote, and I'll see if I can find it and talk about it sometime, about the Apprentice and what that did for Trump. Basically, it saved him. He made a lot of money from the show. I mean, his business empire was crumbling around him. Empire, I use that in colloquialism. He was out of money. All these kinds of things, and it saved him. So what that did to his base, and they still use it to this day. Look at this amazing businessman. He got his own reality show because he's so successful, and that's another example about how these kinds of things now. I don't watch TV. I stream what I watch, mostly documentaries and shit and baseball and things like that. But you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Now it's more than just broadcast TV, though. Now it's podcasters. Now it's people like Charlie Kirk. Now it's it's the streams, depending on where you are. If you ever spend any time on Twitter, it is a fucking cesspool. It is a total cesspool. And I worry about those kinds of things. Again, part of what we do here. If there's anybody out there with deep pockets, the only time I will ever say I'll support a billionaire is if they want to throw me tens of millions of dollars to start my own progressive left-leaning news network to fight back. Because I don't know how I don't know how else we do it. I really don't. We need counter-programming. We need to remind people who the true enemies are. And my concern, I've been critical of the status quo Democrats. So I want to be very careful how I say this, because I think criticism is what our responsibility is as an electorate, but we've got to unite. We've got to come together. Leftists, progressives, conservative Democrats, moderates, we all have to unite around this. All of us. Because that's the strength of the right. No matter how much the shit pile stinks, they gather around it in unison.
Yes,
we have to do that. We have to do that on the left. And I don't like the purity tests. I don't like the constant criticism, because one thing was said inappropriately. People, get fucking over it.
Yes.
Get over it.
Apathy is what got us here.
Correct.
Because, like, Reagan basically convinced people that, oh, the government doesn't work. You should hate the government. You know, the government doesn't do anything for you. And people stopped paying attention. And they stopped voting, and they got distracted by all the other technology and everything else, and people literally stopped paying attention, and Republicans just kept voting, but everybody else was just like, meh, who cares?
Yeah, I know.
And now look where we are.
Exactly. We could take a lesson. We could learn a lesson from that. They galvanized around a fucking maniacal, mentally deranged madman. Twice. Yeah. So, but thanks for jumping in today, Heather. I appreciate you for your perspective, friend, as always. I'll talk to you soon.
No problem. I love your show, so I'm here every day.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. See you later. I mean, seriously, hold on. I'm gonna get out of your cab. Go. Thank you. But I mean, right, guys? I mean, I really appreciate it when somebody says, hey, you know, Facts, I appreciate what you do here, independent journalists. I take that really seriously. My mod team knows. I take this really, really seriously, friends. Really, really seriously. Because to me, it's a reminder about what's at stake, right? It's really about what's at stake here. People living in delusion, denying this truth. I feel bad for Charlie, but part of me is like, it's Charlie's fucking problem. He's choosing not to believe the truth. That's not on me. Again, I want to jam their faces in the water. I'll leave that horse there, but I'm going to jam their face in it. But I can't change their mind. I can influence it. I can remind them that we're all the ones that are getting screwed here. Just look at the tax bill. Stop believing what the Republicans are telling you about it. Stop believing that they're not cutting SNAP. They are. Stop believing that they're not going to cut people off of Medicaid. They are. They're going to lie to you. They're going to lie to you and tell you that it's only about waste, fraud, and abuse. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's complete bullshit. Don't believe me. I don't care. Just go and read the fucking bill. Go to the hospitals, right? Go to the rural hospitals in Nebraska. Listen to those people. Listen to the people in communities that are losing their health care coverage. You know how we know that this is real? Because not only are those hospitals that have announced their closures, but people are losing their benefits, which means more rural hospitals cannot count on the money from Medicaid that a lot of their patients use to pay their bills. So cause and effect. People are not going to go to the hospital, which means they're going to get sicker, which means they're going to die earlier, which means healthcare facilities are going to be cutting staff. More people be out of work. Do you understand? Do you understand about Scott Bessent already talking about privatizing Social Security? Who benefits from that when that happens? Folks, MAGA, do you guys even know what that even means? Do you know what that means? It means more people getting rich on your back. Like, it's not that hard to figure out. We've only been talking about it for 50 fucking years. Like, just stop falling into the same trap that you fall into all the time. Believing the propaganda. Evidence is real. It's right in front of you. Just choose to read it. I can't help you. I can't. Big Returns, how are you today? Hello?
Hey,
Big
I'm
Returns?
doing good.
Good.
Hey,
What's on your
can
mind?
you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm sure you've heard of the thesis put out by Dr. Bofa at Harvard about the Washington, D.C. crimes.
Just tell me what's on your mind. What's up?
Well, basically, the way that Bofa explained it is that there was so much crime in D.C. and he pretty much breaks down the numbers.
But there wasn't, though,
worse
was there?
than any other state.
But well, DC. First of all, DC is not a state, right?
Oh yeah. I meant Washington, but
yeah. So, do you have a point, or do you just want to troll like you've been doing in other people's lives this morning?
All right, what'd you say? I got a phone call.
Do you have a point, or do you just want to troll like you've been doing in other people's lives this morning?
I'm not trolling. I'm being serious.
No, you're not. Bye. You see, it happens all the time. Attempting to justify something. You're going to believe whatever you can find to support your narrative. And then people are out there publishing a narrative because they know mouth breathers like you will believe it. Like, you think I'm scared? I'm scared of you, Big Returns? No, dude. No, I'm not. You're scared of the truth. That's the reality. Until you can tell me why we are not sending National Guard troops to cities that have higher crime rates than DC, then you can go suck a nut. Okay? Because you don't want to talk about the truth. You want to live in your bubble. You want to make sure that more and more people get harmed under the premise of we are preserving the safety of our streets. You're probably celebrating now that the president said, if you commit a capital crime, if you unalive somebody in DC, you're going to get the death penalty. So then let's talk about why these people were pardoned then. You don't want to talk about that, do you? Of course you don't. Because that defeats your entire narrative. You don't want to talk about crime. You truly don't want to talk about crime. You don't. You just want to hear yourself talk about it and claim to be somebody who's looking out for crime. I'll remind you once again, the only party that has defunded the police would be the Republican Party. And we have the receipts. We have the receipts. We can just look at Project 2025 and we can look at the big, beautiful piece of shit bill. Cutting funding for community police programs across the country. Federal dollars to back up state dollars. And then they cut the budget by, I think, $1 billion in DC for law enforcement. So don't tell me you care about crime. You don't give a shit. You don't care. The only party that truly does want to address the systemic problems with crime would be Democrats. You don't care. You don't give a shit about crime. You don't care. There's a bumper sticker. Republicans promote crime. Republicans are pro-crime. Republicans are pro-criminal. There's your bumper sticker. Remember we talked about those 3-word phrases? Stop the steal, lock her up, fuck Joe Biden. Republicans love crime. Republicans love criminals. Right. There you go. Somebody feel free. I'll donate that cause if you want to make a bumper sticker. They don't care. I know we were talking about it earlier. They just don't give a shit. You don't care. You will find anything you can. You'll try to blame whatever it is on somebody else. It's not that difficult if you spent 5 minutes researching this shit. 5. 2. You could find out what I found out this morning. Joshy, how are you?
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me okay?
You've got me on Bluetooth. There's an echo. Can you fix that, please?
Is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
Came across your feed and I wanted to kind of speak to what you were talking about. I mean, the sad part, and I've kind of only always known this, but it's really just, come out extra, is that most big portion of this country are just dullards, exactly. Slow adults. And, I'm not being facetious. I mean, like, most of the states that you see, the flyovers, whatever, I don't want to disparage them and say, like,
Hey, Josh, hang on one second. Bill Libby, you're proving my point. You're saying, are you delusional? ACAB's unfamiliar. Defund the police. Again, defund the police are words. Actions of actually defunding the police is what's just happened, Bill. So maybe you should read. Thank you. Sorry, Josh. Go ahead.
No worries. So I was just saying, like, it's so ironic that, like, the people that support this MAGA movement, especially the 8 months into this tyranny, first off, I will say with my chest out to their faces, if I could, that if you support him, you are identifying as a schmatzy and flight supremacist and all the things that he stands for, because it's not even by association anymore. I mean, they're out in the open about that. So that's disgusting. And then, I mean, DC as a city is like, the inner city is 97% African American. I don't think that's a coincidence that happens to be the city that he's wanting to show his, like, first authoritarian, like, well, not the first, but the big one as far as using the military. And I just wanted to kind of get your thoughts on, like, where we go from here. Like, we can sit here and kind of lament all day about how fucked up everything is, but, like, midterms.
A couple things too, Josh. I think we have to be careful with the term. Can you mute? Because there's a lot of feedback. I'm just going to mute you.
Yeah.
The term inner city, we have to be careful with that, because that's become a dog whistle. Because when people hear that, the right uses it a lot, and we shouldn't be using it. I would prefer large metropolitan areas. I think it's a better way to describe it. But you're right. Large metropolitan areas in DC are certainly a large black population. And it's not a coincidence that what we see about targeting these communities, right? So I just think, again, and I'm glad we're having this conversation. And Josh, I'm just gonna drop you down because there's a lot of feedback. I could hear that, but you could
hold on. Is that better?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead, real quick.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm born and raised in New York City, so I've known Trump and his family, not like personally, but sort of. And, this whole fantasy that a lot of people bought into as his, like, role in The Apprentice, and is still somehow, what they see. But that's, of course, the Joseph Goebbels playbook that they've all, that they've used to brainwash these people. But he's going to be gone soon. Trump is not who I'm scared of. It's Vance, and it's these really yeah, exactly. I was trying to figure out a way to describe him, but yes, exactly. And that's who I'm scared about, because those people, Trump just wants money. Trump is the biggest narcissist. He just cares about himself, but he's obviously dying. I don't know about this cancer thing. I mean, I'm not a cardiologist, so I'm not going to, like, assume anything, but the guy eats 8 Big Macs a day. He's shitting his diaper. It's sad, but it's like it couldn't happen to a better person. But when he goes, what happens to Vance? Like, what happens to us? Like, now we have Vance, and we have some people that are seriously, supported by oligarchs. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm going to drop you down, Josh. But thanks for being up here today. I appreciate it. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I've talked about this before. The reason I think that the 25th Amendment is something that's potentially in play. I really don't think that, because I think there's division in the ranks, right? Like, I don't think the Peter Thiels of the world and the investors behind getting policy that supports them support things that Stephen Miller is saying. So since you brought up Stephen Miller, I just wanted to play this for you. And this is right out of the Goebbels playbook. Just listen to what he has to say here. This is crazy.
Criminals, gangbangers, and illegal alien killers and terrorists. In D.C., there is a murder on the streets of this town every other day. Body after body after body after body. That was Washington, D.C. Residents were afraid to go to restaurants. They were afraid to go into entire neighborhoods. They were getting carjacked right and left.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough. I don't believe that the funders behind the presidency support this. I really let me just get this out of my head. Like, to get what they wanted, the Peter Thiels of the world, to get more tax breaks, right? To get deregulation, to get changes to crypto policy, et cetera, they needed to use Trump to get there. Because J.D. Vance is so fucking unpopular in the Republican Party. His approval rating is even below Trump's. The loyal base that Trump has, the funders, the big bankrolled billionaire class, the European investors, Saudi oil money, they needed Donald Trump to get elected. Vladimir Putin needed Donald Trump to get elected so it could destabilize our country, which is exactly what we're seeing. So I don't worry about them as much as I worry about people like Stephen Miller. So that's why I feel like it was not a coincidence that J.D. Vance went to Montana to meet with the Murdochs, right? I don't think it was a coincidence. I just really don't think it was a coincidence. So my theory is, follow my logic here. My theory is there is this division within the cabinet, division within members of the cabinet. And all it's going to take is a majority of cabinet members to say, this guy is unfit. And the 25th Amendment's invoked, and then Trump's out of office. So I really kind of feel yes and no on the Curtis Narwin thing. I hear you, yes and no. But to them, they see what's happening with the Republican Party. They see the fact that there's going to be that people are going to be, rioting in the streets primarily because of Trump. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, and I'll admit it if I am. But that's just kind of my theory. And then you have people like Stephen Miller, who literally is doing same style that Goebbels would talk to the German people about. These are the people that you have to be afraid of, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of my thought. And again, the resistance side to what Josh was discussing, that's what we're doing here. When you see a Democrat in Iowa win a Senate seat, that's resistance. When you see what Jay did on the streets in D.C. yesterday, burning flags, that's resistance. When you see teachers buying their own supplies for their classrooms. Hearts in the chat for teachers everywhere. I fucking love teachers. And I wish they got the respect in our society that they deserve. Because my belief, education solves so much of what we are facing. Because education is the counter to misinformation. Education is the counter to the propagandizing and the susceptibility of young people by teaching them to critically think, by showing them that you can navigate through this, by providing them a space so they can capitalize on their brain power. That's what teachers do, and they don't get enough credit in our society. You guys know how I feel about teachers. I got a soft spot, a big soft spot for them. Resistance comes in many forms, friends. Many, many forms. Many, many forms. And I just want us to never forget that, okay? Never forget that. Yeah, exactly, Kim. Critical thinking equals education, and vice versa. I just don't understand. No, I do understand. What I'm saying, I do understand the need for it. I don't understand why people are so against it. individually. They're told to not support it. They're told. The same people like the Ted Cruz's of the world and many elected members of our government are educated at some of the finest schools in the world. And at the same time, they rail against it because they know that if people gain exposure to diversity, becoming woke, becoming more liberal, then their policies just go bye-bye, which I think speaks exactly to what we are seeing now. Republicans don't want to govern, they want to rule. I'll say it again. They don't want to govern, they want to rule, because governing means you listen to your constituency. Far from perfect, right? What's happening in Texas is blatant disregard to the will of the voter. And they're going to try to say, that's what California's doing. No. Nope. It's not what California's doing. Not even close. It's not what California's doing. California is leaving it up to their voters. California has said, because Texas did this, because Texas is not going to listen to their voters, nope. We're not going to listen to our voters. Johnny, they don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about your voice, Johnny. They don't care. California does. Leave it up to the voters. What are you afraid of, Johnny? If it was so important to you, then let the voters in Texas decide. Your governor could say, we want to redistrict our maps. I'm going to sign legislation. We're going to put this on the ballot this fall, and the voters are going to decide. No, actually, Johnny, you're wrong. Johnny, I don't know if you know this, but there are more registered Democrats in your state than there are registered Republicans. Kamala Harris got more votes in the 2024 election for the presidency than Greg Abbott has ever received to be governor. So you're wrong about that. Again, what are you afraid of? If it's so important, if that's what the voters want, then go to the polls. Go to the polls. And the reason that Democrats have not won those elections is because of voter suppression. Yeah, she did. No, she didn't. Yeah, she did. Okay, let's just do a quick. How about we fact check that? Let's fact check it. Let's see if I can find it. Let's find out. We'll fact check it right now. I did see the court ruling in Utah. Yeah. Let's talk about that. Let's find out, because you claim that she didn't. You claim that she didn't, Johnny. So let's fact check it. Let's find out how many votes Kamala Harris got. And then we'll do the same thing. Then we'll do the exact same thing with Greg Abbott. And we'll see. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it. But if I'm right, will you admit it? This is what I'm talking about. You can stand there and think something is true, but you guys are unwilling to do the research. You're unwilling to look past your own rhetoric. Again, if the voters in Texas had their say, if this was presented as a ballot measure, if it was signed to say, we are going to ask the voters in Texas, do you guys support us gerrymandering Democrats out of their seats? Simple question. That's what's happening in California. You guys are afraid of your elected officials in your state, Johnny, are afraid of the voters. Now, just because you're a traitor to your country by supporting Donald Trump doesn't mean that the millions of other residents of Texas are. It's not that hard. Just give the voters a chance. All right. Let's see. Kamala Harris received 4,806,441 votes. 4,806,441 votes. Let's ask the same question. I'm using Grok, okay? How many votes? Let's find out. Let's find out. So 4.8 million. That's the number that Kamala Harris received in Texas in 2024. 4.8 million. Okay? That's from the Secretary of State, from the state of Texas. Now, I'm sure that that's not going to be a reliable source, right? So how we fact check shit in real time. Let's find out. The last time he ran for the governor's office was in 2022. That's when he ran. That's when he won his last election in 2022. I think he's coming up for an election, right? Let's see. Let's find out. Again, from the Secretary of State's office. So Kamala Harris got 4.8 million votes for when she ran for the presidency in Texas. Okay? 4.8 million. 4.8 million is what Kamala Harris got. Grok is thinking. If you don't want me to use Grok, I can use something else, but this comes from the Secretary of State's office, which is the group in Texas, or like in any state, who compiles the votes. So the federal election in Texas for the presidency is a statewide election, just like it is for the governor, just like it would be for senators. Okay? So let's find out what he got. It's compiling. The question I asked is, how many votes did Greg Abbott receive for governor? And the last time he ran for governor was in 2022. So let's find out. You said I was wrong. If I'm wrong, I'll accept it. It's thinking. It's thinking. Greg Abbott received, in 2022, Greg Abbott received 4.4 million votes, according to the Ballotpedia and the Secretary of State's office. In 2018, he received 4.6 million. In 2014, he received 2.7 million. Every single time he has run for the governor, he's received less votes than Kamala Harris got in 2024. Is that fake news, Johnny? So can you not trust your own Secretary of State? 4.8 million for Kamala Harris, 4,806,441 votes in the 2024 presidential election. Greg Abbott received 4,437,099 votes in 2022. In 2018, 4.6. In 2014, 2.7. I don't know what to tell you, Johnny. If you had done that research, you would know yourself. So what are you going to say now? What are you going to say? Don't be a Johnny. This is a perfect example of the things that we talk about every single day. How long did that take? Using Grok. Should I not use Grok? See, if you guys knew how AI works, what it does is it compiles information. It pulls sources, right? It pulls sources. So this came from the Secretary of State's office. Secretary of State's office is the government agency within your state. Their primary role, Secretary of State's, is to administer elections. That's their job. They administer elections. They compile the information, they gather the information, they report the information. So I said that Kamala Harris received more votes than Greg Abbott has ever received running for governor. And you said that's not true, didn't happen. Well, guess what? It is. Johnny, it's not about see, here we go. Part 2. Now your pivot. Now your pivot. See how many Beto and Abbott got. Now your pivot. I didn't talk about Beto. I talked about Kamala Harris, and you said I was wrong. Are you man enough to request and come up here and admit that you were wrong? My guess is that you're not. Why does it have to be so hard? Why is it so difficult for you guys to just admit that you're wrong? Why is it so hard? I was wrong. I did not realize that. The most amount of votes that Greg Abbott got was 4.6 million. Kamala Harris received 4.8 in 2024. So roughly 200,000 votes more. Okay? I can't help you. I didn't do the math. That came from your Secretary of State's office. Why is it so difficult? Why is it so difficult? Just accept it. I know you don't want to believe it, but believe it. Your state is a headquarter for gerrymandering and voter suppression. Hi, Amazed. How are you today? Amazed? How are you? Are you there? Amazed? I guess not. It's not that hard. It just takes a little bit of work. It just takes a little bit of work just to say, okay, I didn't realize that. Hey, Drew. What's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning, Steve. How you doing, buddy?
I'm all right, man. I'm all right.
I'm 100% with you that this is not about enforcing the law. I mean,
of course not.
If it was about enforcing the law, they would be looking at the root causes of what causes crime and working to fix that. If it was about enforcing the law, they would be bringing in people from around the country and saying, what do you need? What can we do? What issues are you facing that we can help you with? They would be looking at places that are successful in fighting crime and using that in other areas. They're not doing
Hey, Drew, hang on one second. Here's Johnny's pivot now, friends. Why are you comparing presidential campaign to governor campaign? Thank you for proving my point exactly. The claim that I made was Kamala Harris got more votes for presidency than Greg Abbott has ever received from governor, and you said no way. And I just proved you wrong, and you can't accept it, Johnny. That's on you, Cupcake. Go back to your cartoons. Sorry, Drew, go ahead.
Oh, no worries. I mean, the whole thing basically has been a systematic approach of dehumanizing Democrats, dehumanizing anyone that doesn't agree with them, basically, but in particular Democrats. And by doing that, just pointing out, hey, blue city, blue state, blue city, they're trying to desensitize people to seeing, oh, we can just treat them badly because they're Democrats. They don't deserve our help because they're Democrats.
Correct.
Which is baloney. I mean, Republican, Democrat, we're all Americans. That's the whole point. But they want people, what did Stephen Miller made a comment the other day, basically blasting Democrats and calling them all kind of names and acting like Democrats are all one big monolith or something. But that's the whole point right there. And I think what the end game here, before I get to what I think their end game is, my question for MAGA would be, you're all screaming about, oh, he's fixed crime in D.C. So what's the solution here? Is it a permanent residence of soldiers and tanks in American cities? Is that the end game? Is that a logical solution for fixing things? Is that the world we want to live in, where there are constantly tanks and machine guns and all these things surrounding us in our everyday lives? Is that the solution?
That's what they want. The people, Drew, the same people who claim they want freedom, they don't want to be oppressed by their government. They want to be left alone. Those same people are fine with a military state because they think it only impacts Democrats.
It's unbelievable to me. The whole thing is just unbelievable to me. And I think the end game, what they're looking for to happen here is they're waiting for a protest to happen. They're waiting for people to finally rise up and go out in the streets and speak against them. Because what they want to do then is apply pressure to those people, create the situation where there is civil unrest, so they can get clips of fires and vandalism. We've seen the blueprint in L.A. There was a very small amount of people that were doing things that were bad. And what did they show constantly on right-wing places? Those images, those 5 same images, not the 99,000 other images of people that were doing the right thing. And that's what they want. And they want it to come to a head. It's going to eventually, and I hate to say it, but it's going to come to a head where someone's going to get unalived. Someone's going to get hurt. Some of our National Guard troops are going to get hurt. Some of our protesters are going to get hurt or unalived. And they're going to say, see, we were right. You can't trust these people. Look how dangerous they are. And they're going to use that to make this even worse for everybody.
Exactly. And that's my fear too. That's actually the goal. Right? They're gonna create the problem themselves and then justify their reaction.
Yeah. That throughout history, that's been how it's done. You pretend there's a problem, you make up all these lies, and you keep going on. And then when you eventually make that problem into a reality, then you say, "Look, see, I was right." And that's why I need power, and only I can fix it.
Exactly right. Only I can fix it. That's exactly right. Remember the lie that Schmittler told the German people, that I will be your savior. I'll be your champion. I'm looking out for you. I will reform the economy. I will do this. I will do that. And then he got everybody hooked. And then all of his atrocities, they just ignored.
That's all I wanted to say, buddy. I wanted to thank you and the community in general. It's been having a rough week, and just having this community and being able to be here every morning and having some consistency, and it's helped me keep my sanity, so I appreciate it.
Hey, message me, man, if you want to talk, okay?
Will do, man. I appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Talk to you later. Take care.
Thanks, Steve.
It's right, though. Right? It's like they're the poison and the cure, so to speak. Just the things that we witnessed this morning, right? Just the 2 conversations, one in person and one in the chat. Just the inability for people to admit that they're wrong. right? Just the inability for people to just admit they were wrong. Johnny, you were wrong. Instead of trying to pivot to something else, just admit that you were wrong. You can't do it. You guys live in this land of delusion. Charlie, you were wrong. You couldn't back up your argument. You don't care about crime. Your party votes to defund the police. Your party doesn't care about crime. They care about a show of force. They want a militant police state. They don't care. Now, I don't know if you guys heard this story, but let's see if I can find it. Do you remember we talked about how in an attempt to recruit more ICE officers because they are way behind in the president's goal of deporting 3,000 people a day? So they used all these incentives, including sign-on bonuses, including paying off student loans, lowering the age of recruitment to 18. Well, Immigration and Customs Enforcement announced in an internal memo that it would offer cash bonuses to agents for deporting people quickly, an incentive meant to motivate the staff to speed up President Trump's mass deportation plan. Less than 4 hours later, the agency abruptly canceled what was supposed to be a 30-day pilot program. So they just lied to you again. Come on board, $50,000, sign-on bonus. And then they just decided, no, they don't need it. They're just so desperate. Don't you get it?
I think this burn down is happening a lot faster than what people are realizing.
Vicky, I'm sorry, but I didn't catch the comment. But I think I'm gonna move on from this conversation. Due respect, friend, I think you said something that was incredibly rude. I didn't catch it. I think I heard the tail end of it. We don't refer to people who are disabled as anything other than human beings. So please be careful when you say things like that. I mean, I've defended your community here, so I would certainly not encourage you to share anything like that. I didn't hear the whole thing, but I had a whole bunch of people say that. So due respect, please come back, but be mindful of your words because they're harmful to communities that we're here to defend. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Good morning,
Hey, Coach.
handsome friend. How are you this morning?
I'm fine, friend. How are you today?
Good. I, as always, want to make sure to just tell you thank you for being a cis white man representing and speaking up for our communities. I'm watching Matt in DC right now, and everything that he's doing and standing up against the National Guard. And Iris and I just want to make sure we tell you guys thank you, that you hear it out loud, that you know the difference you are making for us as individuals who are being targeted. But I was talking about what happened in Utah, and for the first time in a very long time in politics, I'm finally proud of my state. We had a group of people who were led by women stand up and take Utah to court because, as a lot of people know, we are one of the most gerrymandered states in the United States. And for what's going on in Texas and what's going on in California, I'm just really proud of Utah. And so I want people to use it as an example that if you have the means and you have the ability, stand up against your state. It might not go far, it might not do anything, but even just holding a sign, Iris and I have signs out on our porch that state how proud we are of who we are and the kids we have. And we've pulled back from protest and we've pulled back from all of it just because, we're just two moms who have 7 kids and we've got to make sure that we're around for them. But remember that protest is a state of mind, and just, even slapping a bumper sticker on the back of your car, you never know the difference it's going to make. So but I just really wanted to tell you thank you and that we love you very, very much.
Well, the feeling's mutual, and I think what people aren't necessarily thinking about is that Senate seat was so pivotal because it breaks up the supermajority, which means they're going to need Democrats now to help facilitate some of the legislation they want to pass. So you're right. That is a big win. It doesn't get reported enough. So thank you for mentioning that. I agree. It's huge.
And when you
It's
look
huge.
at Salt Lake, so when you look at a map of Utah, there's a big blue dot, obviously metropolitan area, a higher grouping of people. But Salt Lake City is actually very strongly blue. And that's where the majority of our population is in and around the Salt Lake Valley, right? The Salt Lake County and even Utah County. We had a job down there, and there were people. Utah County has very much been Republican and voting red for a long time, but it's swinging the other way.
So,
And
Coach, where, just so people know, what is Utah County? Is that
Utah County is about
give
a
us
half.
city.
So it's Provo, Orem, Lehigh,
Okay.
that area. It's actually where I grew up, but
Like some Osmond country. Is that what you're talking
exactly
about, basically?
Osmond country, BYU.
Got it. Okay.
BYU is in Utah County, but I was talking to a friend who actually owns a queer-owned bookstore down in that county, and we were talking about the change that's happening. And as we were driving home, there was a massive sign that says, "It's okay to change your mind about Trump." There was a bunch of people on an overpass. And it was just so incredible to see that, to see that in a county that I assumed would never switch. I mean, it's unfair to say that they would never switch, but just from growing up there, and it really is changing people. I promise you, keep talking to people, openly protest in ways that are safe for you, openly speak your mind in in ways that you feel comfortable. I don't necessarily have the we all know Stacy cries. That's just what it is. I don't have the capacity to argue with people, but I think one of the best things that on your life that I heard was, "I will never sit down with a Nazi," and that have dinner with a Nazi or whatever. And that made such a difference for me because Iris and I have cut off almost all of our family members, almost all of them, and we were feeling isolated and whatnot. But at the same time, like the amount of peace that I feel from that simple act of resistance, I don't control the narrative that they think about me anymore. I don't care. They can think whatever narrative they want, because at the end of the day, when my head hits the pillow, I sleep peacefully. And that's all that I need.
That's resistance, my friend, right there.
Exactly. And I think that people who are feeling, maybe like they're not doing enough, just really analyze your life and take a microscope to it and say, okay, what ways am I resisting? What ways am I standing up? What ways am I doing this? And I can promise you every single day you're doing something to make a difference in the world just by living.
Love to hear that. Love to hear that.
Yeah.
You've got bigger fish to fry, so to speak.
Yeah, it is. And, one day at a time, we went to the doctor for one of my kiddos, and we're able to get a doctor to just believe. And those are the things that I'm focusing on, and just being happy about that my child gets to live in peace and happiness one more day. So
I love that.
Go
Thank you.
Utah.
You know how much
We're doing it.
We agreed. You know how much we love you. Thanks for being here. Tell everybody we said hello.
Love you too.
All right. Talk to you later. Bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Again, that's going to be one of those underreported stories, right? You know, this person wins a Senate seat that they were not supposed to win. They were not supposed to win, which to me, again, I look at this from the political science perspective. Those are indicators. Every single special election, whether it be a Supreme Court seat, whether it be a district judge, whatever that might be, in all these states, they're winning. Democrats are winning these seats. And that's what the right is so deathly afraid of. If you could run on policy, then run on policy. If you can run on policy, then run on policy. That seat is so huge because Utah, the Republican legislator had a supermajority, which means that they're veto proof, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Not anymore. Not anymore. Now they're gonna need Democrats, and they're gonna need. So, I think it's a really good indicator. A really, really good indicator. Really good indicator, right? Yeah, exactly. They're afraid. So think about the things we learned just this morning. The people that just are afraid to admit the truth regarding crime. They know it. Well, they think it is, but it's not. It doesn't matter what some person talks about crime. They're not going to believe the data. Isn't it an interesting juxtaposition, though, when the BLS numbers come out, right? The BLS numbers come out the same, and I've got some interesting reporting regarding a Fed governor who's like, "Fuck you! You can't replace me." Standing up to the president, which is just, I'll love to see it. The BLS numbers come out, and instead of accepting the fact that the economic policies that they're using is driving more people out of work and less jobs being added, what do? They fire the person. And then the right-wing echo chamber gets on board just because we can't admit to the fact that our policies suck. So we're going to support the president firing that person. They don't believe any of that. They don't believe in the CPI numbers. They don't believe in the inflation numbers. They don't believe in the crime numbers reported by the FBI, tracking. They don't believe the PPI numbers. So instead, we get a mouth breather that comes up here this morning. Well, did you see this stat that nobody talks about crime? That's what cognitive dissonance is. Those are examples of confirmation bias. You will find somebody, because what the right likes to do is they go to the solution first. They go to the result first, looking for what they like, as opposed to what's required to get there, stepping your way through the process. Yeah, you're right. They can't. You're right, Rory. They can't win. They're scrambling. They have to cheat. And they're shameless about it. They just don't fucking care. They just do not care. They don't. They just do not care. There's no shame. They're going to stand there and they're going to lie to the American public at every fucking turn. They just don't give a shit. That's what we're up against, right? You know me, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't agree with everything I don't agree with everything from the Democratic platform. I never have. I don't think we've been aggressive enough on climate action. I don't think we've been aggressive enough on taxation. But I also know that there's only one major political party in our country that does care about the middle class. Not enough. Not enough, in my opinion. But there's only one. That's why we put pressure on them. That's why we demand progressive change. That's why we demand legislation to address firearm violence. Society has a way of evolving, okay? And when you see a societal issue, in my opinion, a government's primary job is public safety. We can have that debate. Think about this though, right? We had incidences of children and families losing their lives in cars. So what did the government do? We created standards that you have to wear a seatbelt. More and more information came out about smoking. So what do? They put warning labels on boxes. They stopped allowing people to smoke in airplanes. Couldn't smoke in public anymore. All kinds of things. Our society has evolved, right? That's what the role of government is, in my opinion. It's public safety. All these things could be addressed by the private sector, but it's not. So what does the government do? The government steps in and addresses it, right? All kinds of things, all kinds of scenarios, backwards and forwards, right? Now we've got what's going on here? You guys are killing me. Anyway, all kinds of scenarios. Think about cannabis, right? Think about cannabis. It's still illegal at the federal level, but states are getting on board now, saying, you know what, we can do this. There's no issues. There's no reason we can't do this. TikTok. See, look at this comment. Liberal stupidity right here. You're afraid to jump in the box because you're probably a troll anyway. It doesn't matter. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to people who are smart because we have the smartest chat on TikTok. But that's what society's role is. You evolve, you address, right? You understand that there are opportunities to address some public safety issues or whatever it might be, or whatever it might be. And in my estimation, the one thing that our society has not been able to address enough, right, is firearm violence. We've made changes. Where have those changes come from? They've come from the left. Where have those changes about public safety come from? They've come from the left. Every single time we are faced with another senseless act of firearm violence, the right just doubles down. It's not the gun, it's the individual. We know that. It's mental health reform. Okay, then let's fund mental health reform. No, we can't do that. That's socialism. Meanwhile, their current administration is buying in American companies, gaining access to it, which is fucking socialism, bordering on communism. Now our government wants to own the means of production? You guys have been fighting against that for years. And here we are. It's like, make it make sense, please. Please. Make it make sense. It's funny, I was just thinking about you this morning, bro. I've been worried about you. You okay? Good to see your face.
I wondered why I was feeling heartburn.
Is that what it is?
Well, we'll call it heartburn. I was just blown away by you thinking that people who barely have thumbs are going to evolve.
I know. I mean, but to be honest, Rusty, you know this. I mean, it is apathy in general, not just MAGA, but there's just people in our country that are just so apathetic towards everything, and that's what puts us in this position. Whether they're right, left, or down the middle, we've got to motivate people. We've got to motivate people to see what's happening. You know what I mean?
You'll get no argument from me on that. I mean, and I know you've observed it too, but every time I go into a live or every time I unfortunately have to deal with one of these chowderheads, every single conversation is about me. Me. I don't care about what happens down the street. I don't care about the next. Well, you sure as hell care, what's in their pants. You sure as hell care what color their skin is. But it is profound selfishness. And it isn't exclusive to the right. It's
not.
There's plenty of people on our side of the aisle who can't think past their own wants and needs. And I admit that's a hard thing to do, especially when you're struggling. It's hard to think past your own wants and needs. But I mean, you and I have talked about it. I've said it before. I will gladly vote against my own self-interest if it means I don't bring fascism to my door.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, that's in my self-interest.
Actually, it's not even, I hear what you're saying. I don't even think it's that. You vote for more than yourself. That's the difference.
I vote for other people's children I will never meet because they haven't been born yet.
Correct. Like I vote for your kids. You vote for my kids, etc.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. And it's, we vote for the collective good versus me.
Correct. And and you've studied this. I've studied this too. That is a trend within conservatism. I mean, people who are conservative seem to think, like they talk about, we've had conversations with them. I'm voting for my wallet. I'm voting for my family. I'm voting for my rights. I'm voting for my liberty. Where the left says, yeah, I'm voting for those things too, but I'm also voting for other people's rights, other people's wallets, other people's freedom, other people's liberties. That's the collective, right? The left tends to vote for the community, and the right tends to vote for the self.
Well, exactly. Exactly. And you know as well as I do, when it comes to being conned, anybody can be conned. Anybody. But when you are almost exclusively self-centered you are the easiest mark. All
Absolutely.
they've got to do is appeal to your selfishness, which is deeply ingrained, and boom, they own you. They own you.
Exactly. And then the sad part about it is the response to that. You'd like to think there'd be some self-awareness for people to realize that they've been conned. And when we say people are in a cult, this is what we mean. Because when you're in the cult, you believe the cult. And that's when the right likes to say the Democrats are the cults. Rusty, if I were to ask you this, who's the leader of the Democratic Party today?
We don't necessarily have a specific leader, per se.
Exactly.
Yeah,
what's the most common thread throughout history when we're talking about cults?
Absolute leadership.
Exactly. And it's someone. It's an individual, right? You can always point to one person.
You know, if we look at the last administration, if we look at the Biden administration, if you had asked me the question then, who's the leader of the Democratic Party? Well, by default, it's Joe Biden.
Correct.
Not
politically.
Yeah, yep. Politically. Yeah, not because he's the be-all, end-all of the Democratic Party. No, he's the president of the United States, and he happens to be a Democrat.
Correct.
By default, he's the leader of the party.
Correct.
But right now, no. And of course, that side of that goes, see, you guys don't have any leadership. No, we don't have cult leaders. and you know as well as I do, this is also, it is our strength and it is also our weakness. We don't have the unified front that the Republicans do. They will get in lockstep, especially when they're single issue voters. They will get in lockstep behind somebody who appeals to their single issue. A prime example is AB. Prime example. They will sell out their own well-being, their own financial well-being, their own political well-being, their own social well-being on one issue. And when that leader says, I can get their vote, do all this corrupt shit, but appease them when it comes to their one little thing, I own them. They don't understand the power of their vote. They think their vote does one thing. Nope, it does a bunch. So,
yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree. And I think that the challenge that we face, and not just people on the left, but independents too, right, is trying to, I'm not going to say we can educate the electorate because that's a long journey, especially if we're not going to fund public education. But to what you said, it's about people realizing, I want everybody to vote. I want the brightest red MAGA to vote because I believe in democracy. I really do. And I know we joke about it, but I want people to vote. I really, really do. But I also believe that people need to stand for something because people on the right don't vote for things. They vote against things. Now, I understand in our cycle now, we are voting against fascism. I get that. But I'm voting for public policy. I'm voting for progress. I'm voting for protections for marginalized groups. I'm voting to expand education. I'm voting to make sure that we're prioritizing the things in our system, like the social safety net, for example. I'm voting for those things. And I will hold my fucking elected officials accountable if they're not doing the things that I want. The right votes against things. They vote against rights to be expanded. They vote against public health policy. They vote against health care. They vote against protecting the poor. Think about that.
Well,
it's crazy.
I think you hit the nail on the head with something right there. And it's, if we vote for something, inherently, we are also voting against something else. If we are voting for civil rights,
can you carry this for a minute? I got to pee really bad. You got this?
Sure, absolutely.
I'll be right back.
We're all rooting for you. If we vote for, say, civil rights, we are also voting against people not having rights. That's a given. But our motivator is the positive end, is voting for this expansion of rights, voting for people's individual freedoms, voting for health care. When you vote in favor of health care, you are voting against people not having health care. I don't see the problem with that. But when we're looking at the right and they're voting against, when they say we're voting against universal health care. Okay, what's the opposite? What are you voting for? We're voting for people getting sick, passing away, because we don't care.
Every day the plumbing still works is a good day.
I'll take your word for it. But yeah, the point I was so eloquently making while you were enjoying a good whiz is what you're saying is absolutely true, but it's not just a case of perspective. It's break it down to brass tacks. When they vote against something, they're voting for something else. So if they vote against healthcare, you're voting for people getting sick. You're voting for people going bankrupt because of medical bills. You're voting for people, not having access to staying alive because they can't afford it. That's what you're voting for. So stand up and say it, righties. Don't tell me what you're going to vote against. Tell me what you're voting for. Don't say, well, I'm voting against these commie policies. Okay, great. What are you voting for? You're voting for people suffering.
Well, they'll say immigration. They'll say the border. Great, they can't be any more specific. But they can't be any more specific than that, right?
Oh no, of course not. And by saying the word specific, it makes their head spin. But if somebody says to me, "What I voted for mass deportation," okay. Well, then what are you voting against? Because there's always an opposite. What are you voting against? You're voting against people having the opportunity to come to this country and become citizens. You're voting against food getting picked in our fields.
Correct.
That's what you're voting against. I don't want food picked in our fields because brown people are doing it.
Correct.
Just stand on your soapbox. We will gladly say if we're voting for something, what's the opposite? That's what we're voting against. I'm voting against people losing their civil rights. I'm voting against people being treated unequally. I'm voting against people not having opportunities. I'm voting against the dumbing down of my society. That's what I'm voting against by voting for.
The things you just mentioned, because ultimately people on the left, and I don't know, we've never really had this conversation where you might be a little bit further left than I am. I'm not sure. We know where Obi's like. He's so far left, he's almost right. But typically speaking, people who are as far left as we are, we're just voting for progress. Yes. Right? By and large, that's how you summarize it. We're just voting for progress. I don't want status quo in my politics. No. I want, as our society evolves, and by design, I mean, the beauty of our Constitution is that over time, we've had to amend it as society has evolved. So I'm voting under the principles of what our country was founded on. Again, racism, white supremacy, I get it. I understand that. By and large, though, the Constitution was built as our society is to evolve. And that's what I'm voting for. I'm voting for progress. I want to move things forward. Conservatism by nature is antithetical to the Constitution. Yeah,
it is. I heard a great analogy the other day where a person on our side of the aisle was having a conversation with one of these window lickers and asked him about because this guy kept saying, this country isn't about white supremacy. No, it's not true. Okay, let me ask you a question. When it comes to the Constitution, who wrote the Constitution? Well, white landowners. Great. Who did the Constitution favor? White landowners. Excellent. Could black people vote? No. Could women vote? No. Awesome. Has the Constitution changed over the last 250 years? Well, yeah. Awesome. Do you know how a computer works? Yeah. So when something is going chaotic in your computer and you go back to the default settings.
That's a good point.
Yeah. He said, what's the default setting for our Constitution? White landowners. That's the default. That's where it began. Can we amend it? Can we change it? Is it a brilliant document? Yes. But the default setting is it was written for white landowners. And to deny that is just patently ridiculous.
I really well said. Hey, Cage, I saw you requested. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your patience. What's on your mind, friend?
Hey, first of all, I live in the DMV and it's kind of crazy here right now. I mean, my dad's in
what is it not? I mean, let's be real. What is the DMV not crazy? Talk about the cross sections of humanity. A laundromat and the DMV. Those would be the cross sections of humanity.
Well, see, my dad's in the hospital right now. Okay. And
I'm sorry, friend. I'm sorry.
It's all good. You know, he's in and out. But the VA hospital, Washington Center, Children's Hospital, it's all in the same place, right? What most people are not getting when I talk to people, when you're right, they're voting against something. I always like to lead with, okay, so if you're voting against medical care, so are you voting for the bubonic plague to come back, Legionnaire's disease, all those things that are coming back right now? Are you voting for that? Or are you voting for another pandemic? When you're voting for immigration, against immigration, so basically, are you voting to pay more money so that these corporations can build the machines and use them in the fields? Another thing that I tell people is when you're voting against education, so basically you want the rest of the world to progress, leave this country behind, and then you think people are going to be smart enough to go into the military and fight to stay stupid. I was married to a Marine for 20 years. Look, people don't know what they're voting for. They just know what they're voting against. And, you know, being a Black woman in America, I know exactly what these people are voting against. They're making sure that people like me, because they thought we were going to go back into the fields, because the lie is we don't have jobs. And by the way, Steve, Capstone, yes, course, will be finally finished. Capstone is next.
Really?
November. Yes, graduating in November. Okay.
I am so fucking proud of you, my friend. You go. You go.
Thank you. So, you know, I tell people all the time, and I like I can't see his moniker. Is it Uncle Rufus? I can't tell. All I can tell you is this. I hold 2 tech diplomas as well as a business degree, and I'm finishing up my master's degree. Most people do not value an education in this country because they're rewarded for being ignorant. And I homeschooled my kids. I taught my kids, you have to learn to think for yourself because sheep are always led to the slaughter. And right now, from what I am seeing, you know, the red states, thank you, the red states don't realize I live in the state of Maryland. We're a blue state. We will be fine. Okay, we have money. We will be fine. California will be fine. These are places that will be fine. They don't realize we pay for them to stay afloat. And I just saw something. I don't know if you guys saw the guy who was complaining about losing $2,800 in food stamps down to $380, and now he has to get a job. And he's like, "Well, I want to be here with my kids." And I said, "Well, wait a minute. I thought I was the welfare queen." You know
Exactly.
I thought I was the welfare queen. So I'm sitting here watching this man. He's got 5 kids, and he wants to stay at home with his 5 kids. I had 3 kids. It was pleasurable for me to stay at home because I homeschooled, but I was married to military. It's kind of par for the course when you're married to military. It's hard to keep a job. But what I thought was so interesting was he's upset because he voted for this. And I keep running into people who say, I didn't vote for this. Yes, you did. The only difference between the people who are honest about it and the people who aren't honest about it is the people who voted because they thought they were going to hurt people like me are now upset because they're in the same boat.
That is an exceptional point. I think it speaks to what we were just discussing, right? I mean, you know this. You know the history, and you know all along that conservatives in general. I say conservatives. But notice I'm making a clear distinction between Republicans and Democrats. I'm talking about conservatives, right? Conservative Democrats, conservative Republicans, conservative segregationists that were around prior to the Civil Rights Act. They've always been voting against you, Cage. Always. Always. And when we talk about people saying that they're voting, people vote against their own self-interest or their own best interest, I don't always necessarily agree with that. They're voting in many cases for proximity to whiteness or to retain their position on the hierarchy. So it's nothing new for you. It's nothing new for you.
Exactly. And I tell people this. I grew up in DC. I went to 2 different HBCUs. I went to Howard University. I went to Bowie State. We were taught this, forever. People don't realize that at the end of the day, we realize that most people are voting because they think that we want what they have. And it's funny because I always sit here and I listen to people because, like I said, I homeschooled my kids and we were heavy on history, world history, not just American history. All 4 corners of the globe. One of the things that I have noticed about many conservatives, they think that we want what they have. Well, you took everything from everybody. And now you're worried about giving it back. You're worried about people wanting back their land. You're worried about people wanting back what you took from them. You're worried about us wanting reparations because you got free labor out of us for centuries and you're continuing to oppress and repress us. And you're upset because now we're not marching out in the streets. By the way, the consensus among my community is the reason that the National Guard is out is because he can't declare martial law because we're not out in the streets. We're not doing it. We have been pushed to the point where we don't care anymore. And this is what people need to understand. It's not that we are out of the cause. We are just not putting ourselves in harm's way. And you have pushed us to the point, the old saying, don't push a loyal person to the point where they don't care anymore. We just don't care anymore. And not in the sense of not caring what's happening to the country. We just don't care to be out there anymore. We don't care to put our necks on the line anymore. We don't care about it anymore because everything that we have done has been reversed. So why should we go out there and fight to get something back that everybody else lost?
So you hear that, white people? You hear that? Every fucking time democracy's under threat, Cage and her community show the fuck up to help you preserve your damn rights. Yep. Where the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you? Thank you, Cage. I'm so incredibly proud of you. Please keep me posted so we can celebrate that moment together. Thanks for jumping in today. I appreciate you. Be safe, okay? All right. Take care. Rusty, final thoughts, buddy?
She summed it up brilliantly. It far be it for you and I as 2 crusty old Caucasians.
I'm not allowed to say old. I was told by that. I'm not allowed to say that. I can't say that anymore. I'm experienced.
Yeah, we're old. Anyway, that's adorable. We're old. Hey, when you come back from the restroom saying, "Hey, everything's still working," that's an indication.
That's a good point. No, I said, yeah, fair. That's fair. I'm not going to go there. Yeah, exactly. Fair point. Yes, fair point. Seasoned, vintage, correct.
Yeah, vinegar. Yeah. Anyway. No, I did see this morning that in Iowa, in a special election, a Democrat took a state Senate seat that Trump won in 24 by 11 points.
Correct.
And I see the tide changing. They're going to get louder. They're going to get meaner. They're going to get nastier. But I see the tide changing. We just can't do what our side constantly does and go, oh, things are better. Great. I don't have to participate now.
Exactly.
No, you get in, you get your knuckles dirty until you just can't anymore. And you pass it on to the next person.
Yep.
So
exactly.
They will never stop fighting, so we never have to stop. So
well said.
That's my final thought.
I appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for jumping in today. Be safe, okay? Talk to you soon. Oh, by the way, I sent you something that I'm expecting you to comment on because it was fucking savage. So at some point, please check your text. I love you, man. Talk to you later.
I will do so. Bye.
All right, bye. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. We're going to raid Danny. You guys know our friend Danny, D-A-N-I. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for this conversation. It's really, really important that we continue to have these discussions, friends. Like I said, I'm not necessarily here to change minds. I'm here to influence. And if people take the information that we talk about here regularly and passionately and empathetically, she's off now. Danny's done. Who else is out there? Is RJ live? I think RJ's live. Is RJ still live? Let's go raid RJ. I think we haven't seen him in a while. Let's go tell him we said hello. I love you guys very, very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Again, programming note for Friday night. Facts After Dark. at 7 o'clock will be the soundtrack of your life. I'm going to participate in some resistance this evening because it's auditions for the fall musical that my school's in, or my daughter's school is in. We are doing Mean Girls. So the audition night number 1 is tonight, followed by tomorrow night. So we'll see how it goes. Love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow morning.